Oh, g'day, champions. How the flippin' heck are yous? I like the suspenseful starting stream when I start talking. Long time no see. It's been a good, what, 8 hours or something? Back to it. Trying to catch up. Might have a few new viewers here that have come over from Lyle's stream. I assume most of you know my partner in crime over there. The chat is subscriber only, so if you want to have a chat, you got to subscribe. I do that to get rid of the sex bots that YouTube seems to promote and all the scam messages. They seem to have not figured out how to make bots subscribe to channels yet, but they will one day. I don't know. Jeez, all the amps just leave droppings on the table, eh? Even when they're new. Better have some $30 pigs. Fuck no. You can buy a 4-pack of craft beer for that. Now, this is all I use. I get the Ernie ball. These are what I use for rhythm playing. Sometimes I use the pink ones, a little bit lighter. But I get a file, even when they're new. You can get ones like that. I think Dunlop do the stiletto range or whatever they're called. But I got my little coarse fret file there, which isn't much good for fretting. But I just sharpen the edge a little bit. Just take it down to about I don't know, 3mm radius. And because I do thrash the shit out of them because I'm a down picking. I grew up on James Hetfield, mate, you know. So I just take it to a point like that. And if it bluntens, I do that once or twice, and then they go in the bin. But that's a 0.73mm. And that corresponds with the Dunlop ones. I couldn't get Dunlop when I started an account with the... because I've got a store. I don't know if you know, I've got a music shop. That's what all the pretty lights behind me are. When I opened an account with a company that deals Dunlop, I just fired off an order. There you go. There's a fucking $10,000 order. And they just write back, oh, we can't give you that. I'm like, why? Oh, you're too close to Guitar Factory in Penrith. So yeah, I know those guys. It's like they'll be fine with it. And he's like, nah, we've got an exclusive dealership with them. I go, okay. Well, how come you've got two music shops selling Dunlop within like a 30-second walk of each other then? How'd that happen? Yeah, you didn't like that question. So I said, fine, whatever, just fucking delete everything that's Dunlop off the order. I'll find it elsewhere. So then I just went with Ernie Ball because I was already dealing Ernie Ball stuff, strings and accessories and straps and shit. And they've got the Everlast, which is still Delverin. You know, that plastic, crazy, hard yet pliable stuff. So same material as the Tortex. It's just a proprietary name for Delverin, which is just a plastic formulation. And it does the job. I don't play good enough for it to matter that much. Ye oldie music shop. Enlarge your rectum by frying tube, maybe. You alright, Pastor? Okay, what's Wes doing wrong? He's clicking something. Local windows in your area. I didn't want to join another band, I just want to jam. Yeah. I don't want to join. Is that, you experienced that in your region there, Lucas? Or are you the one that just wants to jam? Chain smoking live streams, yeah. Punished by tech streams. Where's my blue chip? Isn't that like a type of stock, like a blue chip stock? Is that what the names are play on words of? Don't know. The fanciest pick I've got here, I think, was one of those Dava picks, which feels fucking horrible to play. I tried to use it the other day. I'm like, ugh, it's too distracting. Like, I don't want super tactile surfaces while I'm trying to play, because it actually distracts me while I'm playing it, because I'm aware of where my thumb is. Or it's like when you get stoned, right, and then you become aware of your tongue's position in your mouth or your breathing patterns. It's like, fuck, am I breathing too fast? No, maybe I'm breathing too slow. Oh shit. And you get paranoid. That's what I'm like with these things. I'm like, oh, it's moved a bit. Oh, and it's shiny, so it doesn't stop it from slipping, really. It doesn't really. It'd probably have just as much grip if it was like shiny, because you got the like suction cup effect. But yeah, I don't know. This feels grippier, and there's fucking nothing on it, just by virtue of the surface being like a matte finish. That actually is ironically slipperier than the Everlast. So yeah, I don't know. Gimmick picks, I'm not a big fan, but hey, whatever floats your boat. So, there was a bloke on Lyle's stream. Is he here? Sonny Silvers. There he is, Sonny Silversmith. Hi there, Brad. I heard Eddie Van Halen caught cancer from copper picks in his mouth during sessions. I don't think copper causes cancer. Don't you think it might have been the massive amount of cigarettes, alcohol, and cocaine that he consumed? Just, call me crazy, but yeah, Lyle said it. 4 packs of cigarettes a day and a fuck ton of cocaine. I don't think he was the healthiest man at any point of his life. He did have like that sort of wiry, healthy looking sort of, well, because, he had like Asian heritage, so he always had that healthy looking skin. And no matter how fucked up his lifestyle was, he never got fat, which is another, I guess, thing common with that heritage. What am I looking for? Phillips. So, Sonny! Thank you for the question in Lyle's stream. He was asking about the comparison between the Baseman reissue from 1993. Let's just go to this view because you're looking at a blank desk. And the Marshall DSL-40C. Now, Lyle alluded to... my answer was I've never seen the 93 reissue, but I did Google it while I was doing a big fat poop. And I had a look, and I could see that it was your typical reissue sort of Fender one-sided PCB, non-through-hole plated. However, it doesn't have any low voltage supplies that generate heat and damage the board. So providing it has been worked on by competent people, it's probably the better option. Plus, it's got some nice speakers in it. And if you ever did want to, you could get a very cheap eyelet board and you could turn it into a hand-wired chucha. You got all the same pot and valve positions as the OGs. So that, if you can get that cheap, that'd be really good. But it only does the Baseman thing, which is quite a few things, but it's not as versatile for, say you're playing in a cover band, you need to go clean, overdrive, you need this, that, and you got the reverb built in, you've got effects loop and all of that stuff that modern music requires if you're playing lots of different genres in one set. So in that case, I'd be going for the DSL-40C, just in terms of pure functionality. The DSL-40C is probably the best value amplifier that Marshall make, or have ever made, possibly. They're pretty reliable. They're well engineered, but they're engineered to a certain price point. So the cabinet's like chipboard or MDF or whatever, so that's not going to last forever if it takes a lot of hits. It just turns into wheat bix. And the circuit board is through-hole plated, double-sided, so pretty good quality. It's only 1 ounce copper. Well thought out, well laid out. I'm actually a pretty big fan of that amp. The biggest issues I've had with them have been valve failures, and then them taking out some other components. The 20C is silly because it runs EL34s that are like nowhere near their maximum rating. They're just sort of like a marketing valve. If they did the DSL 20C with EL84s, that would have made a lot more sense. But no, they had to persist with the EL34s for marketing reasons. A little bit like the SL5 that just got one EL34 in there. That's the slash or class 5, whatever it's called. The 5-watt thing, single-ended. That amp's okay purely from a tech point of view because you can just use up all your spare EL34s that you don't have in a match set. But it does the job. All your overdrives coming from the preamp anyway. Pardon me. I'm not a fan of the way that single-ended amps break up. It's like an asymmetrical sort of... Yeah, I don't like them. I've never heard a single-ended amp break up gracefully and nicely and smoothly. They've all got a bit of grittiness to it. But, you know, sometimes you're after that, aren't you? I'm just not a fan of single-ended amps at all. They're inefficient. You've got to make the power supply so stiff to get rid of the hum, like Lyle was talking about. You don't have the common mode rejection of a balanced output stage, so you've got to have a much smoother supply, which means a lot of filtering. You generally try to use a choke if you can, and they use a lot of current to get not much output when you could do that with a lot less and get a lot more for it from a push-pull design. You remember those wooden picks that all the guitar mags had? I was looking at it thinking, because I play like thrash metal, right, and punk and hardcore, and I'm looking at it going, that would last like a second. It turned to sawdust in my hand. I used to go through 3 of those Tortex green picks, the 88s, in like one rehearsal or one gig. Go through like 3 of the picks. They just turned into circles. Just down picking. Chug chug. So, now that we've been through that, let's have a look at one. Can I make this video in a fashion that I can chop it up later and make an actual short video out of it and get more sweet revenue to buy cigars and whiskey with? Let's have a look. Generally it's better for handheld videos. Oh, that's washed out. That's terrible, Muriel. Exposure. How's that look? Champions DSL 40. A lot of people ask about this thing because it's cheap, and there's plenty of them out there. So let's have a look. This one's come in. What often happens is a customer has bought a whole new set of valves, changed them all out, probably spent $200 on valves, and the problem persists. So it's only then that there's $200 into the problem that they bring it to me. Then they've got to pay the bench fee, and then whatever requires assessment after that, or whatever requires repair after that. So the way my bench fee system works is you pay the fee when you drop it off. Otherwise I don't take it in. That has 2 purposes. It filters out the stuff that's not economically viable, and it filters out the customers that aren't economically viable. So if someone's going to not want to spend more than $50 to repair their amp, well, you don't have to deal with them at all because it doesn't even make it in the door. So that really works. And any other tech people out there watching, and I know there's a lot of techs that hang out on this channel because that's primarily what I started this channel for, to be a place for techs to hang out and shoot the shit. You really want to bring in a bench fee system. Don't feel guilty for it. Just do it. You'll thank me later. Morning, Mum. Did I even sleep? Yeah, I did. Got home. Shell and I made some chicken burgers in the air fryer. Not the whole burger, just the chicken. I had 2 beers of whiskey, and then I pretty much fell asleep. Not at the desk, but, you know, it was not a very rock and roll lifestyle night, that's for sure. Not until I catch up on work. But today, I think I'll work maybe until the brewery opens, and then and then trundle around the corner. I do have to get home and do some work too, so I'm just trying to catch up down here and get a little bit of content out because I've been really lax with the sickness and stuff. So anyway, the structure of this amp, 2-channel amp, you got classic gain, ultra gain, so this is just like, I guess it's trying to be like a plexi channel or whatever, and this is trying to be the overdrive channel out of some of their later amps. You got 3-band EQ, you got a tone shift there. I can't remember exactly what that switch does. I'll have to have a look at the schematic. That could be a different slope resistor, maybe. When it says tone shift, it doesn't refer to anything technical. There's various different methods and various different functions for that one name of switch, depending on what model and manufacturer it is. You got a presence. You got presence and resonance. So that'd be in the feedback loop. Essentially, presence is your upper treble, and your resonance is your lower bass levels, and that's changing. Basically EQing the feedback loop, which results in the inverse of whatever you do. So say you boost the treble in the feedback loop, well, that means you get less treble because it's feeding back more treble, and that cancels it out because it's negative feedback. And vice versa with the bass. Reverb, it's got a digital reverb built in. I think from memory it's a Spin FX chip that is self-contained digital reverb chip, and they just well, basically provide off the application sheet from that chip what it requires to run, and the infrastructure to blend it with the circuit. Master, you got 2 different masters and you can select between them. Good for foot switching if you have like a little bit of a boost for when you do your whittly lead break, you know, the one that gets you your Hall of Fame entry at the end of the night. And it's got a loop bypass, so loop on, loop off. A little bit worried on this one that there's appears to be a bit of fluid damage in that area. There's some corrosion spreading under the plating on the front panel there. So we may have a bit of fluid leakage in this one. So a quick look at the back. I forgot about this. These things are actually MIDI switchable. I forgot all about that. That is actually pretty impressive for this price range, that you can integrate this with a rack effect unit and have all your presets change with the channels. So that is fantastic if you're doing like a highly cued like cover show, something like that. You can integrate it with the different scenes for each act. If you were doing like theater stuff and anything like that, it really widens the scope of how you could use this thing. So it's got your typical effects loop, send and return. I'm not sure. I'd assume that they're just using a op amp send and receive on that. You got a foot switch there for just a dumb foot switch. I believe it comes with one, but yeah, it's one of those things that ends up in the back of your cupboard. You forget all about it. Now, it's got an audio input, which also applies to the... It sort of makes it obvious that this is aimed at like beginner stuff as well. Because when you use your audio in, generally you're using it to practice along with a track. I don't think it would sound very good through this amplifier because you're talking, it's not a full range amp. It's basically got a frequency band limited by virtue of the speaker itself. So yeah, it'd just be for basic practice stuff. You're not going to be using this thing as like a PA extension or anything. And it's got an emulated out, which is handy, particularly for practicing. I'm not sure if that cuts out the signal for the output. You might have to use a dummy load if you wanted to purely use it like through a digital audio workstation or something, because I'm pretty sure the output stage would remain active even when you're using the emulated out. But that is cool to have for practicing and stuff. No one wants to hear you running scales in your bedroom at 2 in the morning. Not even yourself, probably. So let's take the back cover off. Someone's played Knifey Spoony before. Actually, yes, the customer told me he changed out the valve. So we've got some JJ's EL34s in here, and visually they look fine. And I think he said they were JJ's ECC 833s or 12AX7s in the preamp. So he's changed all the valves, but the symptom remains, which on this one is it takes a long time for the signal to or for it to start producing signal when it gets powered up. And there's crackling and stuff in the background. So Crackling Rosie is not getting on board. I reckon it might have something to do with the heaters. One of the quick connects starting to fail, or I believe this one has fused heaters. I think in Europe you have to have every secondary fused, no matter what it does. So you end up with these like 10 amp fuses on the heater line, and they burn the holders and stuff. The kind of currents there are hard to have reliable contact to a fuse body. And then you've got the challenge of the inrush current. When the heaters are cold, they draw a massive amount of current. It looks almost like a dead short, so you've got to have a massively rated fuse in there to deal with that. Or you have to have like a MOV or something to limit that current. It just complicates matters. All because of those overly cautious Europeans. Alrighty, having a look visually, doesn't look like any major damage anywhere. You do have bias adjustment accessible here, which is not a great idea, because if a customer sees a bright red turny thingy, they're going to fucking turn it. They're not going to look into what it does. And when it's a critical thing like the bias adjustment, well, you can guess the rest. It is curious that both of those are pointing the same way, and it looks like they're at the end of their travel, so let's not count our chickens before they hatch, however. When I go back into a shop, I want a lawyer to draw up a small contract for repairs that the customer has to agree to. Yeah, I've got that. Let me read it to you. So, terms and conditions. It wasn't written by a lawyer, but quote is strictly valid. Sorry, let me start again. Quote is strictly valid for 30 days. All reasonable care, but no responsibility will be taken for the condition of the equipment. Minimum turnaround for any repair is 14 days from the date of this quotation. Extra 50% labour costs will be incurred for expedited turnaround, 1 day minimum. Extra costs may be incurred if additional issues are found after equipment has been restored to a functional state. All digital patches, settings, presets may be lost during the repair and or assessment process. Warranty on all repairs is strictly 30 days. It should be 90 days. I might have to fix that. Warranty on all repairs is strictly 90 days. Warranty does not cover misuse or damage not caused by Brad's Guitar Garage. Uncollected goods will be disposed of or sold to recoup repair assessment costs as per Uncollected Goods Act 1995. Ownership of all goods, materials and intellectual property supplied by Brad's Guitar Garage as referenced in the final invoice may remain the property of Brad's Guitar Garage in accordance with the retention of title clause until the final invoice is paid in full. Outstanding payments may result in suspension of services and or additional fees. So that's the conditions down the bottom. Up the top regarding the bench fees. Bench fees are to be paid up front and are not refundable under any circumstances, regardless as to whether or not the device is repairable for a reasonable cost or repairable at all due to part availability, etc. These fees cover the time to attain any required documentation, assess the item, research parts and or material availability and pricing, then issue an estimated service/repair cost. The fee will be deducted in full from the final invoice once the service/repair is completed. All fees shown include GST, and then it goes through the fees and what they apply to. So that's on the job sheet they have to sign when they drop it off. It's not very fun doing that shit, but you kind of have to. I just read it for you. You can dictate it. Can I get my lawyer to look at that before I sign? We can if you want. Feel free to pay him the $300 minimum fee. Lawyers have a bench fee. Fuck it. Why can't I? Yeah, just clarifies how the bench fees work, because everyone, the first thing I learned off another tech was never call the bench fee a deposit. never say the word deposit, because a deposit implies there may be a way to get it back, and there isn't. Once you've had a customer here a few times, or you know, you've developed a relationship with the customer and you know they're cool, you can sort of do away with that stuff a bit. It's more just so new people know where they stand. It's better to say the shit up front, even if it does seem a little bit confrontational, than to have everyone not know where they stand, you know? Let me just test this speaker, give it a quick sweep. You never know. But lawyers have a tie. Some don't. Saul Goodman. What was the one out of The Simpsons? The dodgy alcoholic dude. Huts. Something Huts. Sweet as, bro. Yeah, I could probably make it more legalese, but it's like contracts. The reason contracts are 300 pages long is because someone's challenged every single one of those clauses. So I'll probably not do anything with it until I get bitten by someone, and then I'll make it more. There's always some fuckwit out there waiting to test some clause in something. Lionel Hutz, that was his name. No, money down. Alright, so transformers are still straight, that's good. They're not kicked over the side from getting dropped. Everything's still tight and tight. Just check the sockets for any evidence of flashover, but I believe this one has flyback diodes from memory. Looks right, no burning or anything. Vintage tube amps, hi, welcome. Alright, straight away I can see some evidence of previous work. Someone's scratched away at some burned glue. So they use this glue to secure the heavy components to the board, and that glue can become conductive. There is a capacitor, a Jamicon, which makes me believe that this person has an account with Tektronix. Not exactly inspiring confidence. There is a damaged trace down there that's been soldered over. So yeah, someone's been in here with a screwdriver and been scraping away at that glue, and they've cut traces and stuff in the process. So that's not great, but using that glue is not great either. I haven't seen one with that glue gone funky before, actually, so maybe that is a big weak spot in these amps. I don't know why everyone uses that brown shit. Let's have a look closely. Lawyers wear clip-on ties, so it's not easy to choke them. Good move. Alright, so you can see here there's positions for 4 EL34s. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is the same board they would use in the 100-watt head. And they've just populated the inner two there. And their screen grid resistors. This cap floating up in mid-air. It's been replaced by someone previously, worries me. It's sitting about 10 mil above the board. Yeah, and that lead's not soldered. Someone didn't want to remove the board. Well, that'll be your crackling. Just having a look, champs. Is there heater fused on this one? Maybe not. There's only a 2 amp fuse in there. Of course I could get the schematic, couldn't I? Let's do that. Alright, so starting from the input end, we've got a kind of corroded input jack there. The leads are really tarnished, kind of hard to make out, but normally they'd be nice and shiny, but they're sort of a brown, splotchy sort of brown. We've got a Jamicon here, which they must have removed the board to replace, because that ain't stock, I don't believe. Oh, no. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 caps have been replaced, at least. Yeah, that's still got the original glue. That does. That's had the glue scratched off, but so someone was shotgunning, I think. You can easily figure out what cap needs replacing by just measuring the ripple on the node and finding out where it is, because you're isolated by the dropper resistors. But so yeah, that and that are original. Pretty much everything's original except for that, and those two, because you can see the glue's unbroken. As for the other parts, I think everything else looks stock. I probably should zoom out a bit, sorry champs. So you can see they've scratched away at the glue in a few places. And scratched the surface of the board in the process. Bent some stuff over. Over here they've been scratching away. So yeah, that glue goes like a horrible brown, and I don't think it's not necessarily heat related either. Heat does like speed it up, but there's no real massive heat in this area, and there's no heat on the actual cap, but the cap part is the browner part, the glue that's stuck to the body of the cap. And that cap's up in midair, and I can move it, and one of the leads is going in and out, so they haven't soldered it. Working our way over. More of that fried glue over there. And down here, when they've scraped away at the board, they've broken one of the traces, so they've had to touch up that trace with a little bit of wire, but it doesn't look very well done. So, and over here you've got all the fried glue over here, so yeah, maybe these aren't great amps. I've just never seen one where the glue's gone funky yet. This one must have a lot of hours on it. It's a shame, because they could have just used a bit of silicone, or for the small caps that are by themselves like that, just don't use anything. It's through-hole plated. You don't need to stop it vibrating with through-hole plating if the cap's seated properly against the board. Excuse me. And when you've got caps in banks like this, that's the way I design these boards. So I put them in groups of 2 where possible, or groups with another tall part. Again, I know I'm flogging a dead horse here, but this is how I do it. So those 2 caps there, I'll put in a pair. So then you can silicon between them and they become one. Same there, did another pair. Over here I put the ceramics between them, so I can eliminate any vibration and lead fracturing there. So the two ceramics either side of that electrolytic. Over here I did them in banks, and just a bead of silicon between them. And places like here, just anywhere where there's a disc cap sitting up, a large disc cap anyway, just put a bit of silicon on there, and it sorts out any vibration issues. But that, I think it's called Sony Bond, that glue, because it was used in all the old Sony hi-fi stuff. Hi-fi stuff. Sometimes I catch myself speaking in a really cringy Australian accent. Sorry, champions. Hi-fi stuff. Fucking. Alright, we've still got the 74 Marshall cab ready. Would it be sacrilegious to play a DSL 40 through it? We're about to find out. Let's give it a bit of 400 Hertz before we play through it, just to see if this slow build thing's happening. I'll check the dissipation on the output stage. Is that easy to get to? Yep. Blue, brown, and red. Just pull those spade connectors off a little bit so I can get a probe on there as well. Maybe, maybe not. It's another thing I wish amp manufacturers did that they don't do anymore. Just give us a couple of test points, champions. Like, we wouldn't even know ourselves if we got test points from the manufacturer. Let's tap into that. They don't have a choke on this, so they've got like a dropper for the where the choke would normally be, and that's that 5-watt 220 ohm resistor there. So I'll just attach to those legs. I just want to find out which leg's which. I'd imagine it's the one closest to the center tap quick connect, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. Yep, that's the one. Sorry, champs, not looking at the chat much today, but got a lot to do, mate. These are my favourite Pomona test leads. Expensive, but good. Expeno, as we say here in Australia. She's a bit expeno. Alrighty, we'll check the resistance. 73, 75 and 61. Yeah, it's about right. It's a fair whack out, but they're not the highest quality transformers either. There's no interleaving on this one. Get a bit of wood for under that meter so it's not glaring out. Actually, I can probably just move the light, yeah? Nope. It's off the LED strip. Just get a bit of spruce bracing stock there. Ugh. That's probably why it's left over. Look at the grain spacing. There's like one ray in there. That's not going to be very strong. In the bin. Finding really good close grain spruce is getting harder and harder because it's the slow grown stuff. No one wants to grow things slow anymore because there's too many people. We all want instant gratification. check the fuse rating before we do anything else. I'll bring this forwards. I feel like I'm leaning over the bench like crazy. $35 expensive. No, these are about, I don't know, 80 something bucks a set. $80 or $90 a set. The bloody Simpson meter leads are expensive, but because they've got that stupid connector, you've really got no choice. Get in my belly! Alrighty then. Power. We've got speaker, we've got set everything at midway except for the master. You can turn the reverb down. Wait, there is no reverb on this model. Ah, because it's not the DSL-40R. R? C. Oh no, there's reverb. Fuck, sorry, I need to go back to bed. Because I was thinking, this is the microcontroller board. But was that for the MIDI? So that's the DFXP board. So they've actually got, no, they don't have a spin chip on this one. I thought they did. I think on previous versions they did. They've actually got a little DSP chip on there. Little cute processor. So where's the MIDI controlled from? Probably from there too. There's a couple of logic chips next to it on the board. But that's the little brain box. And that little daughter board standing on its edge there. I watched Austin Powers recently. It was more shit than I remember. I had it in my memory as a classic. Yeah, you gotta sometimes not go back to movies, eh? Yeah, I'm going to switch them to volts. I've just got to write down the resistance first, bro. Don't you like seeing me blow meters up? Nah, they don't blow up. They just show some ridiculous measurement. What's the date? 18th. Jesus. What's the year? Who fucking knows? Also tried Iron Brew, which I was looking forward to. Look, I don't think Iron Brew's bad. It's just sweet chaff, you know? All soft drinks sort of taste the same to me. They just taste like artificially sweetened, well, just, yeah, overly sweet crap. I prefer drinking weird teas and stuff that aren't sweetened. Alrighty then. Power on. Nothing. It was drawing 68 watts then and the lights went out. Like the processors Not happy. 62.8. Oh no, it comes to life. It just takes a sec. So it goes through like a startup procedure. And that was just the inrush current. It's drawing 52 watts at the moment in standby. That's just the heater. 52 watts seems a bit high though. Processor's working because things are switching. Put it on low power first. I think it's got 2 taps on the HT. A lot of noise. 5.4. It seems high. Let's pull back that bias, eh? Minus 36. Minus 46. So yeah, the bias was maxed out. Still drawing a lot though. What's that bias doing when I turn it on? Ooh, it's going to like minus 6 volts when you switch it on. So, do we have leaky coupling caps? They are shit quality ones. We can't access them without lifting the board because they're box type caps. So essentially what we're doing, I'll just show you quickly, it's like, it won't hurt anything just doing it briefly. We've got a pretty big current drop despite the bias voltage being as negative as possible. I've adjusted it so we can adjust it under here. I've got my hand under the amp. I'm changing the little trim pots down there. So 35, about 35-ish is the least negative, and then I turn it the other way, and that's how it came in. I turn it the other way at 47, 48, 47-ish, 48-ish is the most negative. So that'll be the coolest, but it's making no difference because when I turn it on, that voltage goes to almost nothing, like minus 6 volts. So that's when the HT is being switched on. Now, just before I've even looked at the schematic, that's coming from the phase inverter outputs. However, it would be kind of unlikely that both of them have perfectly failed in the same manner, and they are 630 volt caps. So let's take the valves out. And briefly do the same thing. Just eliminate the valves having a fault. And no, it's not the valves because that voltage is disappearing even with them removed. So let's have a look at the schematic and see what could be causing that. I'm glad he brought it to me because if he kept running it like that, it could have caused some damage. But it's interesting that the HT fuse hasn't blown, despite it being the correct rating. Oh, getting a bit peckish, champions. It'll be time for a bit of banana bread. Main PCB. Now this is the schematic for a DSL 40. Yep, sweet. It says DSL 40CR, but I think they're the same board. desk share. Now from memory, this one has 2 bias points that it switches between with the different power levels, as well as the HT. So you can see here on standby, right? And you've got 2 power supplies essentially. It's a bit hard to follow because it doesn't refer to what switch things are going to. But this one, you can tell it's the higher voltage one because it's got 2 315 volt caps in series with its bleeder resistors next to it. And then on this one, you've only got a 400 volt cap as your first filter stage. That's only powering the center tap, the screen, and the heater. It's not heater, HT6, so that's a node. Center tap, screen, phase inverter node. Now, that's the switch going between the 2 power settings. So on, standby, on. A bit confusing to follow, but essentially here's the center tap for the output transformer, the screen node, and the phase inverter node. And you are switching just those 3 nodes from either the, think of this as the high power, the standard setup. So if you tapped into that point there, imagine that this section down here is just scooched up here and it's your typical power supply, right? But then when you're down here, you're switching the center tap, so basically the output stage to the lower voltage, and the preamp stages are the same. Now, pardon me, we've got this stuff going on with some optos as well. So when you're on low voltage, it's switching other things too. Low 1, low 2, you can see those opto couplers. And they are being triggered by a voltage coming from here. So they, I believe, control the bias supply, which is on another page. Oh, that's a bias supply down here, sorry. Okay, so there's your 2 trim pots. Bias 1, bias 2. That's the feed. Connector 21, 22. Where does that go? Oh, that's just the input. Right. Alright, so they're just pulling that down to ground or somewhere to it, somewhere close to it, via these resistors. And here's the feed. It splits up into the 2 sides, and you've got 1 trim pot per side, bias 1, bias 2. And up here, you got your typical 220k bias feed resistors, bias 1, bias 2 per side. The only thing that could be dragging that up when you switch on the HT is these 2 caps here. However, I find it hard to believe that both of them would have failed at once. And they are, like I say, 630 volt rated. So what down here could be causing the problem? Maybe I need to finish my coffee before I can figure it out. Now it's drawing 29 watts, whereas before it was drawing like 50 something in standby. Oh, that's because I took the valves out. Let me. Oh man. Okay, where's a good test point? 35. Maybe I could pull one end of R35 and R34 because that's accessible from the top. Basically removing HT from the phase inverter. And if that gets rid of the problem, then we know that it's... turn the soldering iron on. If that gets rid of the problem, then we know that it is leaking through these caps. Stranger things have happened, champions. They are those no-name ones that I do not trust. So let's try that. Everyone's talking about food. Yeah, I did join Chris's channel at Rift Amps. I like his weekly dose of positivity. Even when he's being negative, he's still positive. He's like a Schrodinger's tech. I don't know. 60 millivolts present. I think we're happy to apply the soldering iron with that. Move this wire out of the way a bit. Hopefully the wires aren't folded over on the bottom side, so I can just slip the resistors up a bit. Yep, sweet as. A lot of the modern insertion machines, they don't fold over on the bottom, it just snips them off after the wave soldering's taken place. Alright. It's got the negative voltage there again. No, still coming up. But only in the low voltage mode. That's interesting. So when we switch to the high power mode, no change. Huh. So what is going on in low voltage mode that would drag that voltage up? Trying to figure out. So connector 90 and connector 9. I guess that dotted line is supposed to go to connector 8 and connector 70. So where's connector 8? So that'd be near the standby switch. There it is. Connector 8. So the switch is wired up correctly. So when it connects to 90 and 70, also attached to that side. So when it's switched to, okay, I think I understand. The schematic's a bit, it's not really using standard sort of schematic notation here, so I'm trying to figure out what Marshall are mean by certain things. So normally what you'd have is you'd show both poles of a switch, right? So you'd show that this doesn't make a lot of sense to start with because that's a dumb way of drawing a switch. That, for starters, that circle should be there, right? And there should also be another one of these because it's a dual gang switch, a dual pole switch, I should say. So they should have another drawing of this down here, and then just a dotted line coming from here, dot, 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 to the other version of that switch down here, showing that the two poles are linked and showing that their state matched to each other. Just trying to think of a good example I could quickly show you. So you see there, they've drawn two switches, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and the dotted line goes from the pole to the pole. That's how you're supposed to draw a switch. And Marshall's done this dumb shit. So that's why I'm confused and staring at it, because that's not a standard way of drawing a switch. Yeah, so whoever drew this schematic either didn't give a shit or wasn't aware of how you're supposed to draw a dual pole switch. Point being, the switch is wired up correctly. But something about being in low voltage mode is throwing out the bias massively. Now, it's not like it goes into cathode biased mode or anything, because there's no infrastructure for that, I don't believe. No, because you just got a 1 ohm to ground no matter what. I've got a feeling that it's probably operating as it's supposed to, but I'm just an idiot. So let's check out that route. So there's your 220 ohm. Just want to figure out where these go. Low 1 and low 2. What are they switching? Oh, you can get some soup while you're there. Fully sick, bro. Sorry, I'm zooming in and out. I'm just trying to find where this, where those optocouplers go. Is that IC4? Yeah, 2 halves of IC4. So they are near the bias. Low 1, low 2. So is it changing the bias? Oh yeah, oh, there's the tag. Right, so I was expecting, again, dumb notation. I was expecting another tag like that. I forget what you actually call them, but there's a name for them. But they've just thrown it on the actual lead. So that is tied. So these points, low 1, low 2, that node there is tied to here. And it pulls them to ground further to ground than when you're just in the high power mode. Okay, so what we are seeing there on the grids is what's supposed to happen. low 1 and low 2. So they're pulling that point to ground. So essentially what they're doing is you're going through both those resistors to ground before the trim pot in high power mode, and then in low power mode it pulls this section to ground via the opto. So yeah, it is supposed to happen, but there's no way of changing the ratio between the high power and the low power bias unless you start playing with these resistor values, and that can be a bit of a rabbit hole. So there we go. Never mind me. Now it is Sunday morning, 8 AM. So that makes a lot more sense. Let's put the valves back in now that we know we're not going to blow them up. But that high voltage drop on the outputs there, although it did seem high, I'm not taking into account what the plate voltage is, so we can calculate all of that. They do have decent sockets. They've got Beltons. I've been trying to get a contact at Belton directly in Korea to get the sockets direct and not have to go through CE distribution every time. Because I want to order like 500 at a time or something for these boards. So I want the quantities. Imagine spending like $5 on valve sockets. When you buy stuff in bulk, champions, sometimes you sit there and sort of just look yourself in the mirror and go, I just spent $5,000 on capacitors. You think, fuck, could have bought a dirt bike for that. The voltage you measured are dead on. Yeah, sweet. I'm just an idiot. Sorry. But yeah, now I understand how they do the bias thingy. So we're still not getting signal. Wake up meters. Wake up Jeff. We're going down to about 60 watts, so she's probably biased pretty cool actually. 0.3, 0.5. And when you're in low power mode, you're going up to like 5 volts. Actually, low power mode, we are drawing like 80 watts. So yeah, something is out there still. Because what's that sitting out on the plates? We should be drawing less power from the wall there. Low power mode, we're sitting at 100 and, come on, 166 volts. In high power mode, we're sitting at 400 and, oop, come on, get a good connection. 470. 470. We're only drawing 58 watts in low power, in high power mode, and in low power mode, we're drawing like 80 something. So yeah, something's still not right there. But yeah, it's not the phase inverter, point being. So let's put those resistors back in. Oh, you got the service manual. I don't think I've got the service manual. Or do I? I've only got the schematics. Alright, so if we've got the standard resistor values there, 8 points, where are we? R31R, 134, 31, 134. They look like the stock resistors. Stock resistors. 30 and 32. Yeah, they look stock. Where's my tweezers? Alright. Got them lined up with the holes. Be a bit tricky because they're hugging those box caps next to them. Gotcha. Gotcha. Alright, so what's causing that voltage to jump? Let's just suss out the no signal thing in high mode, and we'll figure out the low power mode thing after. Because something funky going on there. Like always, there's multiple issues. Not just one thing. Where is that repaired trace? Yeah, that's a good point. That's down in the... I think that's in the feedback loop. It's hard to tell because it just goes to two vias to the other side of the board. I'll just check that we've got continuity if I can break through that via solder mask. Yeah, we've got continuity there. So it doesn't look great, but it's not open. Yeah, send them to me if you want. I've probably got them somewhere in that folder. It's just my folders aren't very well organized, so it's probably in the like DS100 one or something. All right. So, no signal. Got dissipation on the output. Fair bit out of balance, but that's what the trim pots are for. Don't want the same, but they are different DC resistances, so they'll be a bit out, but we should be getting something there, but we're not. We're getting increases in hiss. Getting increases in hiss when we change the masters. So from the master on, it's probably fine. So let's check the voltages on the preamp nodes. 141. We've got some crackling happening there, which you probably can't hear because I've muted the mic. Silly bugger. There you go. Alright, V1A 142. V1B 211. V2A 258. V2B 224. V3A 175. V3B 320. V4A 300. And 280 on the V4B. So the crackling, let's see if it responds to any movement. So that noise may be from this loose cap coming in and out of circuit. No, frustratingly. Just check the effects loop. Just don't want to deafen myself and scare the piss out of myself with the master volumes. No, nothing there. Don't make me start the scope. Last resort. Alright, fine, I'll signal trace. Oh. Helps if you turn the signal generator on. Oh, fucking hell. I fucking swear I turned that on. Oh, stream deleted. Delete the stream. Start again. I'll see you in a minute. I'm gonna go back to bed. Fucking honestly, you overwork. You try and work too many hours and you end up getting more done if you worked half the time. So we've got crackling there, but the output stage isn't fluctuating, so we've still got an issue, but we've got signal. Fucking hell. See ya, Andy. Take it easy. What's my email? Just thinking of which one to give you. Brad's Guitar Garage at hotmail.com. Believe it or not, got a Hotmail account. So yeah, we're getting signal, but the crackling's persisting. Let's pull the phase inverter. See if the crackling stops. Ow! Just punched the bench. Alright, so taking the phase inverter out stops the crackling. Let's put that in standby because it sounds annoying. Taking out V3. Crackling persists. So whatever it is happening after V3. Variac wasn't switched on. Yeah, it's because this function generator, it's got this one really dull LED because it's from like the 70s or something. So the LEDs probably back in the day, the LEDs weren't great. They didn't last forever. They went more and more dull as they got older. So you can barely see when it's turned on, and the power switch is a pull pot. So from this angle, it, yeah. Anyway, no excuses. Alright, so it's coming from after V3, that crackling. So V3. This is why I hate doing fucking live streams, because I look like the biggest idiot. I am the biggest idiot. For V3 is the cathode follower, so it's still occurring after that. Ooh, we've got some tone stack action. Have we got any silver micas? Because that's a classic symptom of the silver mica problems. No, they're all ceramic. crackling's occurring somewhere in here. Alright, is it affected by the EQ? Let's have a look. Come on, crackle. Yep. Doesn't go away when I turn down the classic or ultra volume, so it's after them. Doesn't seem to be affected by the EQ, so it's after all that. So loop in. Is it just the effects loop jacks? Okay, so isolating the effects loop jacks doesn't change anything, so it's after that. Ugh. Cursor's not working like it normally does. So that's our little daughter board. Loop in, loop out. I hope it's not something on that, because that could be a pain in the ass. See if I can trigger it with some freeze spray on a, or make it go away with freeze spray on a cotton bud. There's no real way of isolating that board either, because all the signal goes through it, which is a bit shit. It can't be there because it's doing it while the masters are down. B41. Alright, so we've got fluctuating voltages at the input of the phase inverter, synchronized with the crackling. Waiting for it to happen again. This is a time-consuming problem with issues like this. You need to wait for them to occur before you can do any diagnosis. Yep. That was changing. So let's go upstream. C41. Where's C41? Right there. Where's the other end of it? PS in. Let's have a look at R44. What was that? Oh, fucking... My fantastic Pomona lead fell off. Well, we can take off that anyway for the meantime, because that's not where our problem is. R44. Wherefore art thou? I wonder if it's caused by the glue under those caps leaking some voltage. R44 should be near relay 2. In theory, there it is. Come on. Do something. Right. No fluctuation occurring at R44. So we could just have a bad phase inverter valve. He did change that though, but doesn't necessarily mean it could be a bad C41 too. Don't mean R2. Yeah. Alright. Let's pull that PI and put a known good one in. I can't remember what valves these ship with from the factory. I think there was something half decent though. So bearing in mind that this node is being supplied by the cap right next to it, which has that filthy glue on it, that valve may not be the problem. Straight away crackling. That's not the problem. Alright, let's measure this glue, see if there's leaking voltages on it. You can literally just put your probe right there on the glue surface and usually register a voltage. Yeah, well. The old rotten glue. Let's put a 1 meg resistor to ground there just to see truly what it's leaking. How am I going to do that? Wrap it around the lead? Sure. Alligator clip. Arigato. Connect that to ground. Carefully don't short out to anything. I'm measuring about 16 millivolts just on the glue surface. 40 millivolts, depending on where we're probing. So yeah, I think it's the leaky glue. 25 millivolts. Alright, well, I'll quote for that one to remove the board, remove all the caps, remove all the glue, and reinstall the caps. Ask him if he wants to upgrade to Nichicon or something for long-term reliability. But we've still got to sort out that issue with the bias in the low power mode. So you get that problem very often in studio monitors, like the KRK rockets. All had that issue, or at least generation 1 and 2 did. Generation 3 they started potting the thing in like a silicon gel, which means that it got rid of the issue, but also means that you can't repair the board really without digging away the gel. So yeah, my opinion on the DSL-40C, sort of DSL-40 in general, the DSL series, has dropped a bit since I have had this problem. I don't know why these amp manufacturers keep doing really dumb shit. And we sound negative over and over again, saying the same shit. Oh, you just hate amps, you're a hater. Dude, I'm just stating the facts, what's in front of my face. Everything kind of does suck, sorry. Everything's as cheap as possible, and they cut corners because they don't care if it lasts beyond warranty. They just care if it lasts within warranty or not. It's not cynical, it's just how it is these days. It's fucking capitalism, man, I'm telling you. I'm an amp socialist. We should be funded by the government to build the best amps possible. Don't you reckon? So I don't know, I reckon the problem with the bias there might just be some of this really dodgy soldering, but by the time we clean up the glue and clean up the dodgy soldering and clean up all the other stuff, it's just, we're probably chasing our tail until we've sorted all that stuff out. So I don't know if you'll go ahead with that one, because it's probably going to exceed the amp value. Well, not exceed, but it'll be like 50% of it. In a little container. So it was a bit of a horror show. Never had one that bad before. Can't win them all. Be nice to win one or two though. And we've got the other one, the DSL-5. So this is just lights on but nobody home. And apparently I think the switch was playing up. Another thing that these fails on all of these is the switch. Not the switch itself, but the LED, the indicator in it. They've got an LED, a weird looking LED I've never seen before. It's a really shitty, really shitty illumination LED, and they always fail. I'm getting sick of the DSL-40CR already, yeah. Right, so that's made your choice then, Sonny. If you're happy with the Bassman tones, go for that one, brother. What's going on with the chat screen? YouTube's doing weird stuff. I think OBS's chat functionality is playing up. Just change it to top chat and then back to live chat. Maybe that'll fix it. Nope. I don't know. Whatever. Just want to see what this thing's drawing. It doesn't have a standby switch, so that makes it a bit annoying, but yeah, the indicator's intermittent. Drawing 19 watts. And rising, so the plate supply's probably fine. Maybe not. It only rose by a few watts, so we might have a blown HT fuse, but I think 20 watts seems like about what it should be, just from my uninformed opinion. Thanks for answering my tweet question the other day, much appreciated. It's alright, mate. I'm not the authority on like what you should buy, man. Just get out there and try some stuff. But if you're worried about reliability, just look up the videos of that particular model from the various amp techs in our little crew that we can trust. And they'll generally, if they've got a video on, you know, featuring one or working on one, they'll express their opinion. We're an opinionated lot, us amp techs, aren't we? Much to everyone's dismay. That's strange. Okay, so this is that one that has a dual tri. I think it's a 12BH7 or something. Yeah, running in push-pull for a 5-watt output stage. Just grab my number 1 Phillips. It's a really dingy, dreary day out there today. Good day to be in the cozy workshop. I actually locked the gate this time, so no one comes in, because they see the van and they just go, "Oh, Brad's there." Yeah, I'll keep the basement too, Hans. Oh, missing washer. Oh, alright, so someone's played Knifey Spoony before. So this screw had 2 washers on it, and this one had none, so someone's opened this before. Almost never get the first taste of these things, these repair jobs. Everyone else has already had a go, and I only get the stuff that no one else can figure out. I think a lot of these guitar shops are just trying to do their own tech work now, and if it's too hard, then it ends up coming here, but half the time they've mangled stuff by the time it comes here too, so... Yes, it's a Simpsons reference, but it's also an Australian reference. TKs, what's going on? was in the Pilbara the last 12 days. 35 every day in the lower 12. Come back to Melbourne and it was like 6. Almost died, yeah. That would be a bit of a shock. Pilbara versus Melbourne. So the first thing I noticed, did you ever notice all this charring on the chassis for such a low powered amp? That doesn't seem right. So I don't know if that's got really hot and the rubber's off gassed and then that's condensed on the metal around it. Something. Yeah. Something's got warm. Alright, so having a look. I'm not going to clear the valves. Yep, sweet, because there are only little valves in this one. Now I've got that Sony song in my head. So R22's gotten very hot. Got the same, so that glue's gone blackened as well, which isn't great. Is this going to happen to all of them, Lyle? Do you want to retract your video on this amp being decent? This is a really big problem, man. It's a massive problem because it means it's going to happen to all of them. And it was a massive problem for KRK, and I think it almost fucking did them in. Because every one of them failed. And if this glue that they've used, I didn't think it was the same stuff when I first saw it because it was a nice, almost translucent. It looked like, almost like on that. Well, even that looks darker than it actually is in real life. Hang on. When the amps were newer, because they've been out for a few years now, it looked really like a lighter sort of colour. But you can see it's gone almost, well, it's gone fully black. And it's like it started to bubble. And it's gone crispy, like it's chemically broken down. So, if that's going to happen to all of these, then there's a set time limit on how long these things will last. It makes you wonder if they use it for, well, you know, I mean, look, that's the output valve, right? You can't tell me now. I do not believe that this isn't planned obsolescence. There's the output valve, gets hot. They put a fucking electrolytic cap right in the middle of the footprint of the valve. Whoever designed this, if they're capable of doing all this shit, you can't tell me that wasn't on purpose. I don't believe them. There's only so many times you can claim, you know, no malice intent. It's like being in an abusive relationship. Oh, he hit me once by accident, but then he hit me again by accident. Then he hit me again by accident. It's, like, it's not a fucking accident. So this is bullshit. That's bullshit. Fuck these amps. And that glue is going to cause every one of them to fail. So I've changed my mind on the Marshall DSL series now. I'm not going to recommend them to anyone. So that makes pretty much nothing that Marshall builds worth buying. Wow. That's sad. Maybe the reissues. But what are they, like $4 grand for a fucking Vietnamese transformers and... Fuck. See, you wonder why I'm cynical sometimes, Legends. This is why. But yeah, capacitor there that's... 85 degree rated too. They couldn't even spring for a 105. And it's right above the output valve. Fuck me. Anyway, R22 there's gotten very hot. So what is that? What is that? Fuck, do we even have a schematic for this thing? I've got the class 5, don't have the DSL 5. Got the Origin 5. DSL5. Ding. Alright, another crappy schematic. Desk chair, desk chair. Go away. I don't want fucking bookmarks. So R22. Someone in the low voltage supplies. Maybe I can search. Is it one of those schematics where you can search? Hey! R22. Well, that ain't it. Different value, different area of the circuit, so this can't be the right schematic. It's DSL5, goddammit. DSL5. Alright, what revision? 2013, issue 4. DSL5 M2. Let's do a Google search. DSL5 M2 6000 V1. No, just one form entry and that's it. Your revisions lack the phase inverter tube. Do they use MOSFETs? Reissues have shit iron, yeah. I mean, it works, but yeah, it's... Well, I mean, which was shitter? The Vietnamese ones or the diagonals that like to go open circuit on the output? Yeah, the glue does get conductive. On that one, we could probably even measure it just like with the multimeter. Like you used to be able to on the... Where the fuck did I put my meter? Like you used to be able to with the KRKs. This one's not as far gone and it's lower heat, so it's probably not as bad, but we'll have a look. Yeah, not getting any conductivity at the multimeter voltages there yet. The diagonals were the shitty ones. Haven't tried the Vietnamese ones. Apparently they're okay, but like they haven't been out long enough for us to know what they're like long term. So there's that. But apparently tonally wise, from the guys in the know are saying, you know, they're okay, but I don't know if they're just beholden to saying that for whatever reason. If they're authorised techs or whatever. See, that's the other reason I don't want to be an authorised tech, because you can't speak your mind about a brand. You can't tell the truth. You got to be a fucking politician. You got to be an amp politician once you're an authorised tech, or they just pull their servicing agreement off you. But the servicing agreement's a dog shit anyway. So they're actually doing you a service by pulling the agreements, because you can go back to actually earning a living wage. It was a real bad area down here. So yeah, it's not showing measurements at multimeter voltages. But as you saw, we were getting leakage, and that's enough to throw the signal off. Yeah, in the KRKs you can put your probes on the glue and literally measure a resistance across them. Anyway, we're flying blind, champions, so let's give it some juice and see what's going on. Might put it on blocks just to get it level. Now, I don't think I've got a 12BH7 in stock, so if it is that, I'll have to order one. But I don't know if this thing's even worth pursuing. You have to be a planned obsoleter in cahoots with the man. Yeah, pretty much, eh? Kenwood made some superb ham radio transceivers. Well, they were superb until the conformal coating goes conductive. You have to pull every single piece off it. Oh, man. Yeah, that's horrible. AU7 is a safe pin. Oh, I've got some of them. Yeah, right. I knew they were pin compatible, but I didn't think it had the dissipation capability. Power. Voltage. We've got voltage. We've got voltage 460 volts. $455. So we've got plate voltage on the output. Let's go upstream. 364, 309, 272, 284. So we've got HT. We've got heater. 6.5 volts DC. 12 volts, so it's 12 volt, 12.7 volt DC feed for the heaters on V1 and V2. So DC as well. Yeah, 6.1. 6. See, that's 12 volts. Minus 12 volts. So they must have a series string of heaters or something. So we're getting heater voltage. We've got HT. Just measuring the cathodes now. Everything's conducting. That's fixed bias. So that'd be at ground. So we should have signal. We've got the signal generators on. We've got nothing in either channel. So let's grab the scope. Pin 2. Until we got signal. How many millivolts is that? It seems low. It is low. Give me about 200 millivolts. Ish. Is this a hybrid amp? No, it's all valve. It's got some solid state stuff in the effects loop, but it's a nice strong signal there at pin 2. Very weak signal at pin 7. Very strong signal at pin 2 of V2. Very strong signal at pin 7 of V2. So, is it going to the effects loop? Now with hybrid amps, you've got to be careful, not hybrid amps, but amps that have solid state stuff in them, you've got to be careful with your scope probe, because the cap on the input of the scope will be charged if you're measuring, if you inadvertently measure a high voltage and then go measure a low voltage, you're going to be throwing, discharging that cap through whatever you're probing, so you can blow up op amps and stuff quite easily by accident. Send and return. Have we got any signal over there at all? Yes, pretty clipped on the send and return jack, so it's making it to that point. And from there back, I'll just see if I can glean anything from this schematic. So the effects loop is just before the output stage, so we should have signal on the input of the phase inverter, which I just measured. One, two, three. Okay, so now this must have a solid state phase inverter, because there's only 3 valves in total. So this must be a later one. Has it got a year? 2021. Fuck, it's already blown up. Alright, so tracing that back, where's that come from? So So that's the phase inverter down there. That's MOSFET. So I thought that was regulation for bipolar supply for the op amp stuff, but that's actually, I think, the phase inverter. So let's measure the voltages in that area because we could have a shorted MOSFET. -410 -2. 410 -2, so that's the gate. We've got signal there. We've got signal there. So from the output of the phase inverter, because the traces are on the other side, it's a bit of a pain in the ass to track. No signal at all on the grids. So there's something funky in the phase inverter, but it is getting high voltage. Kind of need a schematic, champions, or I'm going to have to lift the board and trace stuff. I'll just see if I can tap in, see where the other side of those coupling capacitors goes. -23. -23. Okay, it's got 131, so that's dropping a lot of voltage across that R22. So we've got a busted MOSFET. But why has it got 400 volts on there? 410, 410. So that must be the plate loads, well, you know, the power supply through R46 and R45. So what's R22? So we haven't got shorted MOSFETs. It don't make a sense. I'm feeling particularly dumb today. We've tracked the problem down to the phase inverter, but all the voltages are right. The signal's not making it through the coupling caps for whatever reason. We've got signal present on the gate. All the preamp's acting like it should. You demonstrate that with the other amp over here. Plugging into the effects end. But nothing making it past the phase inverter. But all the voltages appear correct. Talking about dinner again. You guys getting hungry? I'm actually getting a bit hungry. See if I can track down a schematic, because this is a bit, it's a double-sided board, pretty dense components, and I haven't got a schematic for the solid state phase inverter version. Nope, everyone's asking for a schematic and no one's got one. Well, we'll have to trace it out. So that negative voltage on the gate might be putting them into cutoff. Well, it would be. So why is that negative? Where's that coming from? Let's see if I can use a mirror to look at the underside of the board without shorting anything out. So that comes from over there. So that's the bias supply, supplied by that mini fuse. It's more light. Yeah, it's grounded. So it's got a negative voltage on the keep going to say grids on the gate. And that's being fed by those two resistors, R48 and R37, via R54 and R75. Where does that trace go? Under that glue. Fantastic. got two resistors in series. That's being fed by a trace which disappears under that cap. But because it's in the area of the bias supply, maybe it's... I don't see why it'd... Hang on. Yeah, so that's being fed by the bias. Minus 52. Yeah, well, they've got minus 2 volts, but you think that would throw them in the card off? Well, there's no signal present on the gate, so the problem's before the MOSFETs. I thought I saw a signal there before. Oh, I did. I turned it down. Yeah, so the signal's on the gates. But no output on either one. So it's not making it through the MOSFETs, champions. No, it's making it to the MOSFETs, but not... It's literally getting held back by the phase inverter stage, despite all the voltages being what you'd expect. Got 33k on one. And drifting voltage on the other. Half a volt. And 0 volt. Tell you what, let's have a look at the Black Star HT5. Just to refresh my memory on what's supposed to be happening here. Like I said, I am an idiot. HT5, HT5C, I don't know, whatever. Give me both. It uses the same valve and the same MOSFET arrangement. I've got a feeling one of them ripped off the other. I think Black Star was the first one. I think Marshall may have copied Black Star in that case. No. No. Why is there half a PDF? Ah, okay. Alright, let's have a look at this. So, got the input there, input there, one MOSFET there, one MOSFET there, and sort of like a long tail pair with a constant current source, and got two 220Rs. Yeah, well that's R48 and R37 in this case. They should have the same voltage on the other side. Which, yeah, is -2, -2. Dunno. That's feeding from -15. We don't have a constant current source in this one though, we've just got some dropper resistors. So yeah, it could be bad MOSFET, man. I think I've got some of them in stock actually. IRF 830 and that, and P9NK550 ZFP. P9NK50, I think I might have some of them. P9NK50. If I do, they're not on my database. But I ran out of drawers for my semiconductors, so now they just go into a box and I need to fish through it every time I need something. Pain in the ass. Throw it in the fire, easier than a hammer. Right, P9NK50. The name rings a bell, so it just makes me think I might have some here. P9NK60. That's just 600 volt rated. I'll confirm that first, make sure there's no other differences. God damn, I've got some semis. P10NK60, so that's a 10 amp. So either of them would probably do. STP Stone Temple Pilots 9NK60Z, or Z as you guys say. No results. I must have typoed it. Oh yeah, there we go. Alright, duplicate tab. P9NK50. P9NK50Z FP. Flameproof ZFP. STP 4NK. What? I said 9NK. STP 9NK50. Just double check the pin out. It's probably from the same series, so you'd imagine the pin out would be identical. This is getting really boring, huh? Come on. Marshall used the ST. Oh, okay. So yeah, it's just lower current rating. Yeah. We're about to find out. Alright, so the one that's in there is a 500 volt 7.2 amp N-channel MOSFET, and the one that I've got is a 600 volt 7 amp N-channel MOSFET. So this is running nowhere near 7 amps, so I think we'll be fine. Let's have a look at the other specs. RDS on, what's 100 milliohms between mates. Drive voltage 10 volts. VGS max plus minus 30, that's the same. The power dissipation of the one that's in there is 30 watts. And the one I've got's 125 watts. I think we'll be fine. Let's try it out. Just double check the pin arrangement. TO220-3. TO220-3. So it's a different package. It's got the metal back. There's no heatsink on the fucker anyway, so here's where the shotgunning begins. 4 volts on there. Should probably drain that off since we're dealing with solid state gear. 4 volts will be right. Try not to destructively remove them, so I'll just use a bit of chip quick and a dash of flux. That's not flux. That is flux. Because the static voltages were right, there's a possibility that there's nothing wrong with them and then something else is causing it, but in my diminished brain capability on a Sunday, let's just change one and see if we get anything. So Chip Quick is a solder that has a very low melting point. In theory, I should be able to use it to remove the chip. Without removing the board. However, being through-hole plated and having lead-free solder on the other side of the board, it's putting up a bit more of a fight than usual. Oh, starting to move. Just gentle, gentle. Out she comes. I'll do that to the other one too. Otherwise you just have to snip the leads off and sacrifice the part. Can't, champ. Don't want to rush these things because you'll rip a pad out. It's good to see it's got the isolation slots between the pins. That was a problem on the Black Stars. Because Black Star even used the MOSFET phase inverters on their high power models too. Just clean up that gel flux. What camera view am I on? Sorry, I'm not paying attention. Oh, I'm only on the fucking webcam. Sorry. Done it again. So yeah, there's our empty footprints. Gotta get better at my camera kung fu, champions. Sorry. Hans, $5. Thanks, champ. $5 for the new. I'll put a big blinging bloody bright blue one on there, eh? One that'll burn a hole in the fucking wall on the other end of the shop. Oh, such an idiot, man. But believe it or not, I do the dumbest shit. I know it's convenient to say, but I do the dumbest shit when the camera's rolling. I mean, somehow I manage to pay rent and everything, so I can't be that stupid all the time. If I was just in the bedroom or in the kitchen bench or basement working on stuff, you can afford to be stupid all the time, but here you wouldn't have the lease for 5 years if I did. So what, 22? Yeah, we're coming up to 5 years of the shop, champions. Don't add up what the rent costs. It'll just get depressing. Alright, let's just solder this way up in mid-air for now. Won't solder it with chip quick. Just pulled my pork shoulder off the smoker. Time for some fucking badass tacos. Fuck yeah, you make me hungry. Might go get some burritos. Now that's a clean fucking board. I think you guys just like saying fuck on my channel, don't you? Because you know I don't mind. Actually, that reminds me, I sent Mark Spurgeon a message. I got to see if he responded on the other computer. Hang on. No reply, and he has not seen the message. Fuck, I hope he's alright. He might still be in recovery. I'll let you know anyway. I'll put up a post when I hear back. Alright. Hold on to your nuts. We're either going to burn some PCB into oblivion. Or the shotgunning will have worked. Valve's warming. Nothing. Damn. That sucks. The same thing. Okay, so we've got no signal on the tail of that one, but we've got signal on the tail of that one. So that's the input. Why would we not have it on? Why would we have it on one tail and not the other? So pin 1. Hang on, pin 1's the... Yeah, so that'll be the input. We've got signal present on pin 3 on both of them. But nothing coming out pin 2. So weird. It's got all the conditions it needs. Yep, we're getting nothing. Now that sucks. Might have to put this one aside and have a think about that. But yeah, it's down to a simple problem. It's just I'm too simple to figure it out. Pardon me. Sorry, I'm still a bit blocked up. Just take a few resistance measurements. Okay, so on there, ohms. 47k, yep, 47k. So what's R22 doing? Because that's the one that's overheated. This is really annoying. Trying to trace under a board with a fucking mirror. Alright, so where do you go? Where do you go? I don't want to remove the board because it'll be difficult to test any theories I have. Why are there two caps in series? Where are you going? Okay, so that's the HT feed. The dropper of 4.7K. Let's go into R22. On the other end of R22 is 100K. The other end of R22 is going to TR5. This is the MPSA 93. No, MPSA 44. Okay, so is this the thing where the output stage dissipation turns off unless you've got an something plugged into the input jack? What's the output dissipation? 2.2, 2.7. No, it doesn't have that. So what's that transistor do? It's got 131 volts on one side, 7 volts on the other. Being MPSA, that'd be the base. Can't get in there with that cap in the way. I don't know, champions. It's pissing me off because it should be simple and I'm just too stupid to figure it out today. I'll have to think about that later. Trace out the circuit and draw it on a bit of paper so I can visualise what's going on. See you, Hunts. No, it's not tone generator this time, mate. Put that bag up there. If I don't need to replace those MOSFETs, I'll leave them as is. Frustrating much? What else have I got to do? Got heaps to do, but I was going to maybe finish off a batch of FYMs. But everything's sort of set up wrong. Can't even move in here at the moment. It's really stressing me out because it's never been this bad ever since I moved in. And now there's just so much on the fucking queue. I don't know if I'm getting dumber and slower. Probably. Just need some shit out the door. I need to move some stuff. I need to get it out. It just needs to happen fucking yesterday. I'll not do a job sheet for this one. Why the fuck not? I know whose it is because they paid the bench fee, but I can't remember what's wrong with it. So before we dig in, I'll just give it some signal and see what's going on. Volume and gain all the way up. That's what you do when the amp stops working. Set everything to max. Someone's trying to ring me. Why have I got random phone numbers ringing me today when I'm closed? It's Sunday, for fuck's sake. I don't know, it's probably someone I've lost their number. I hate talking on the phone, man. My mates get upset because they want to chat, and it's like, you never ring. I fucking hate talking on the phone. I don't know why, and I don't have to give an excuse. I just don't like it. Alright, so no difference in power dissipation, wall current consumption when I flick it out of standby, so no HT. Got an HT fuse on the back. Yep, blown fuse. 250 milliamp. So let's open her up, have a look. Probably got a bad valve. No gain, no neck pain. What? Is that because you don't headbang without gain? It's the EC1000 LTD Deluxe. Did a trade-in with a guy that had like 4 guitars and 3 amps and stuff. And he was looking to just fix that up to sell it. I said, just give it to us and I'll knock it off your bill. Needed something for a test guitar with a bit of guts to it. The Strat's cool, but when you're testing like high gain amps, kind of need something with humbuckers for the tonality and the noise. No, the orange lunchbox amps aren't too bad. Because they don't have a fucking 1,000,001 features, unlike the bloody Grandmeister Deluxe. The transformers are about the same height, so you can just flip her over. But yeah, I'll take, just suss out. Ooh, PS Pain. Okay, so one of them has gotten very hot, so it could be just a bad valve. Yep. You can see there, the one on the right's more or less how they look new, and the one on the left's cooked its writing off. Up for a new pair of them, but I'll just crack her open and check that the screen grid resistors and everything are okay. Sorry, I have to be out for this one. Orange gives me the heebie-jeebies. Wait, you like literally got to leave the stream because I'm working on an orange amp. Orange are alright. The hand-wired orange ones are fucking awesome. Take it easy, Sonny. Have a good one. Don't buy a DSL-40. Honestly, like previous advice on that was before I'd seen any issues with that glue. So that's upsetting a bit. Alright, where are we? Get my bearings. $150. They're not running 150 ohm screen grid resistors, are they? Fuck, what's the pin out again? Pin 9? God. Been that long since I worked on an EL34 amp. Yeah, pin 9. I was right. No, that's on... Hang on. $470. Let me just remove this jack board because I can't see under it. Well, we could get a schematic. Did Jimmy play an orange way back? I did not know that. L'Orange. Shut up. A tiny Terra, but I don't think we've got a dark Terra. Schematic. I assume it's just slight differences. I'd assume the output stage is the same. It's probably just preamp differences. No, big differences. There's a whole extra valve. Anyway, have a look at the output stage. Screen grids, 470 ohm. 470 ohm, come on man, on EL84s. Should be at least 1K. So I'll up them. That's probably what caused that one to fail. That's cathode biased. I thought it was fixed biased. So it's got a single 120 ohm 6 watter, but this one's got two 150 ohms. Well, let's lift the board and have a look. Shall we? Pin 1, 2, 3. Nope. Oh, that's the, yeah, right. Okay, so that's the cathode there for that one. Oh no, that's combined, so that other 150 is for something else. Alright, so we've got a 150 5-watt handling both the cathodes. And that's the bypass cap there. Right. Both the 470s are in tolerance. So yeah, we probably just need to replace the valves and up those 470s. There's not a lot of room under that board though. So that's, yeah, lunchbox amps, not for the win. Especially if they're cathode biased. If they're fixed biased, yeah. Less heat generation and whatnot. Excuse me. Yeah, you can see there just like the jack board's basically sitting on that resistor. You remove that. You can see under there's that's the two screen grid resistors. So let's up them to like 1.5k. But to do that, I don't think I'm going to be able to work on that. So I'll have to remove the board. Because everything's just too cramped. So see down there, you can't get the soldering iron in on the end of those resistors there, because the lead's sort of held captive by the body of the resistor. It's almost like it's coming out from underneath. No, totally is coming out from underneath. It's actually manufactured that way. Whereas those ones are off the board a little bit. So what's the other 150 for? That one there's the cathode biasing resistor. But that one over there, I don't know what it is. Since we again don't have the schematic, yay. Let's just probe around, see if we can find another end. Is that like the choke? 268 ohms. Is that the screen grid dropper? Yes. Alright, so that's the screen grid dropper over here, 150 ohms. And that's the cathode biasing resistor, and that's the two screen grid resistors. So now we know what they all do. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get into that without removing the board, so I'll flick him a quote on that one, plus the general service, plus a new set of EL84s. In the meantime, I'll put that back. I'll just chuck two of those, or just one of those will do. Put the rest in a bag. Oop. Yeah, you guessed right. That's 150. It's the choke wannabe. Yeah. Rightio, so I had a angle stereo amp I think I had on a previous stream when I was sussing it out, and it had some one channel blown valves shorted, like blown HT fuse, and on the other channel pretty heavily imbalanced dissipation. So we put a new set of valves in that. Now it's come back for like a ringing effect. So I'm guessing one of the valves in the front end has become microphonic. Actually, I'll grab some of those screws out just to put the cover back on. Just two on each, one on each diagonal. So we'll suss that out next and see if we can pin it down to one of the valves, because if it's ringing like he says it is, it's likely the only fault could be one of the valves in the front end. I tested the valves I put in it for microphonics and they were fine, but there's a chance that one of them's gone funky too, valve quality being what it is in 2025. Wrong way. So again, this dude just said it's probably just one of the valves. Yeah, probably, but there might be a reason that it's happened, and also we might be able to mitigate any further damage So once we do what we need to this one, it's probably going to be pretty reliable after that. It's just they're expecting way too much out of the screen grids of a modern EL84. Everyone looks at the Voxes from the 60s that had like 100 ohm screen grids. But back then the valves were a lot higher quality, so... She ain't no more. I don't mind the sound of these things. They sound alright. We've had a few in the past just for basic stuff. Starting to lose my voice, champions. Ugh. What do we want? Solid state, or we'll get the angle out of the way. Hopefully it's just a valve swap and we can get that one out of the way as well. One less thing to have in the storeroom. Oh, stereo amp is twice the output transformer weight. Number one Phillips. Did I say number one before when I was talking about the bigger Phillips? I meant the other way around. That's a number 3. Always get mixed up when it comes to gauges and stuff. Like the bigger the number, the smaller the thing. Sometimes. Ow. So because it's stereo and I've only got one speaker here at the moment, we'll plug in... Oh no, I've got 2 speakers. Yeah, I've got the test one and I've got the Marshall cabinet over here. So we can test both channels. Ooh, it's got a ground connection there. There's one of those annoying caps with the single thread plug sort of mounting. Hope I don't need one of them, because six from Dr. Gear had an issue. He needed that exact same cap the other day and you can't find them anywhere. Ugh. Okay, one of those JJs might be fucking microphonic. Fuck's sake, I'm sick of fucking dealing with shit valves. Every time it happens, we lose money. Shove it back up the fucking reseller's asshole. It's getting to the point where I just don't want to fucking work on valve amps anymore. Because they're too shit. Gone up to 116 watts. Up to 148 watts with both channels on. You know what? They've gone less rattly now they're warming up. That's weird. I guess the... See, it's gone away. Still a bit, but... Interesting. Just plug straight into the line input. It's going to be shitty, but get some signal. Input left, right. Seems alright to me. I don't know if maybe it's when it's not even turned on, it's just physically sitting there rattling. Just like the valves resonating along with whatever other amp is playing through. There's nothing coming through the speakers. There's a possibility it could be his preamp. There's nothing happening in the front end there either. That's with everything cranked. Not hearing anything except for a tiny bit of noise interference from my phone there. I don't know, I might get him to bring in his preamp and just plug it in how he does it. And just get him to demonstrate the issue, because I can't really do any problem solving if there's no problem. I think I went over the solder connections on these two and reflowed them at the time from memory. What did I do? I think I removed... I think I'm thinking of another amp. Oh no, I adjusted the bias range. Yeah. I changed 2 resistors down there. And the voltage divider, I just tweaked them a little bit to get the bias right in the middle of the range. Probably should upgrade the screen grids in them as well, but he's not driving it hard. He's using it. He's a hobby player and just has this monstrous rig with all MIDI stuff. Everything's synchronized, wet, dry, wet rig, and you know, you name it. But he's not playing at gig volumes, so. It's to do with manufacture. Well, yeah, it's to do with everything, man. Nigel, sorry. Yeah, well, it's the whole package, isn't it? People can talk all the shizzle they want about the original Zoom 505, but I have put down some blazing tracks with the Zoom. Wasn't like all the guitar tones on like the early 9-inch Nails up to like even the Downward Spiral. Wasn't all of that from like a Zoom 505 from memory? Man, there's no such thing as a bad sound, eh? There's just like whatever suits the application. I mean, I listen to like industrial, crazy, fucked up shit. There's no such thing as a bad sound. It's just what context you're using it in. Alright, what next? Maybe I'll just stand here and frown at my desk for an hour. I better sort this one out. I don't see an end in sight around here. There's just a wall of shit that I need to sort out. I need to repair and quote. See you, Magisterium. Take it squeezy. Elections tomorrow. Scrooge Doofus or Adolf. Fuck, good luck with that. Do your research, mate. Look at the policies. Figure out what's best for everyone. That's all we can do. Don't vote off vibes. Look at the policies. I'm sure you would. You are smarter than the average bear. That's the rear. Well, that's good. That's the speaker connection. Oh yeah, that's good. Just fell out. The wire's hanging on by one strand. Wait, what? The speaker's plugged into the speaker. The snarlberries taste like snarlberries. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. So, SBT3 Pro. Bro. The world's most useless heatsink. Oop. Got a set list or something falling out. What are they playing? Water like a dog, God only knows. Snail, Catch the Wave, Blame, The One You Save, Salesman, Some Other Day, Dreary. It might be an original set. Cool. Don't recognise any of those song names, so... Very dirty. Very dirty. See there in the sliders, she's a bit manky, needs a good clean up. Kind of hard to make out the dust with that lighting, but there you go. I don't even have room to sit the fucking amp anywhere. Like, I've got the biggest benches known to man, and they're devices all over them. I need to start rejecting some jobs, eh? I'll take the bench fee up to $200. Hey, on the JMP50, that's one of my favourite amp circuits. Chuck a master volume on that bad boy anyway. Oh, did you get one of, yeah, John Black, yeah, did your JCM 2000, FYM 2000 board go? Oh, he did use a zoom, but it was a bigger rack unit. Ah, righto. Thanks, Paul. I might look into that. Not, it's a very just straight ahead distortion tone, but the fact was that it had no speaker simulation, no filtering at all. It was just a pure distorted output of like the pedal. Easy as pie. Took an hour. Yeah, that's about what I imagine. Took an hour once you just calibrate it and measure all your measurements, test the output power, let it stabilize for a bit, and chances are you got a new set of valves, let them burn in, and then readjust the bias. So like an hour's labor, but I like to leave them running in the background for like 3 hours or more, 3 or 4 hours, just to be sure everything's stable and the new valves are solid, and then have it sticky shmoo, and then have it putting out like 50 watts or 50% its capability for like a good couple of hours solid, just to make sure everything's cool. And you'll notice I did up the screen grids on them to 2.2K, so it might impact your output power by a tiny bit. Like you might be putting out like 98 watts instead of 110 or whatever they normally do, but you don't notice that at all. And it just extends the life of the EL34s massively. Alright, so that's some kind of grease, so I'll go with a solvent instead, isopropyl. Try the gentlest thing first. That's getting it. Sticky shmoo. What am I going to have for lunch? Michelle's at a netball carnival, so I'm sort of left to my own devices. Oh, I brought lunch. Duh. Idiot. That sucks. I've got no excuse to leave now because I brought lunch. Fuck. Alright, what's usually the case with these things is just a whole bunch of cracked solder joints all through the thing. Pretty poorly constructed amps, to be honest. Just things like, you can see the resistors floating up in midair. The circuit boards are really flimsy. And the traces are pretty small. The copper, there's not a lot of copper on there. Just things like those big heavy resistors floating up, and no strain relief or any mechanical support other than a few dabs of silicon here and there. Maybe, if you're lucky. None on those ones, but they got one on that to thermally couple them to the fucking electrolytic caps right near. Honestly, champions, it's pretty easy not to do this stuff. I think one of the craziest things, like I'm a fucking idiot. I don't know much, but I know I love you. Now, I don't know a lot, but I know the basics of how not to make things fail, and one of them is you don't put electrolytic caps right up against the 10-watt resistor. It's not rocket science, eh? Like, they don't like heat, they generate heat, so fuck. Seems logical to me, but the craziest thing when I started getting into amp repair is just seeing these mistakes everywhere, like on every single device, every one ever made. They do stuff like this, and it just, after a while, you get a bit cynical, and you're like, they're doing this on purpose. They're doing that on fucking purpose. Because how can they get it wrong every single time when it's such a simple thing to get right and remember, you know? They get all the complexities of this circuit design right, like all the math that you'd have to do to design this circuit from scratch. They get all of that right, but then just simple stuff like that they get wrong. Dunno. I just don't understand. Doesn't make sense. But anyway, the biggest issue with these, like I say, is just lack of solder on the main board, and it goes across the wave soldering machine, and it gets one pass and that's it. No one goes back and checks them and touches anything up. It just goes straight into the box and out she goes. So yeah, there's often some solder joints that need quite a bit more solder on them, and some, like I say, the valve sockets pretty much always got issues, at least. But yeah, you often find any of the large mass devices like the see these caps down here. Like, I can feel that. I can rotate that. So that's definitely broken its solder connections. I can feel that it has without even turning the thing on. You hear that? That's the snap-in leg rocking against the... I could probably pull it straight out if it wasn't for that silicon. Yep. Yeah, look. Look there. So that's an Ampeg for you. So these are actually decent sounding amps once you sort all that out. But I go in there and I actually fold the leads over a bit to give some mechanical support. But that silicon hasn't done much for such a large device. But again, if you got through plated holes, you don't have to worry about this shit, because so much better connections. How about the next ones? Oh, the outer one, this one too. Yep, out she comes. Mercy. So yeah, that would have had some issues. No arc damage. You often get like blackening on the leads there. That was kind of satisfying, actually. I wonder if there's any other parts that'll do that. They're the biggest ones, and it's a bass amp, champion, so it's getting rocked around on top of whatever cabinet it's on. So I might just dig into this one, because I gave him an estimate of a few hours. I kind of want to fire off a price so he doesn't get pissy at me. You can get pissy before the job starts. But I can't test it in this state, because I can't solder that without removing, because you can't remove the bottom. This is all one big thing. If you could take the bottom if there was a bottom cover and you could remove that, and then get in there and solder everything. Fuck, it'd be a quick ass job, man. It'd be like an hour if that. But we've got to undo every single fastener on the back, every connector. Some of the connectors will need desoldering, I think, because they are... Oh no, maybe not on this model. I can just unplug those speaker connectors, that's alright. But one of them, some of them, they have connectors mounted from the outside that you have to actually, like some of the speak-on ones, and you actually have to desolder them to be able to get the boards out. But down the front, we've got to take off all the knobs. I think from memory, this one you've actually got to remove the transformer too, because you can't get enough. Yeah, because it's right up against the transformer down there, so you got to lift that out. So pretty much everything has to come out to access the boards. And when was this built? This is like 90s, I think. Any date codes anywhere? No. Oh yeah, 94. So you know, it's put in its service. Oh yeah, you can tell because whenever they use, did you notice that that sort of font was really popular in the 90s? Like there'd always be some little script, rusticy looking writing, you know, like sort of Ken Doan style shit. $2, goody guitars, thanks bro. Will buy me a red frog. Ah, bugger it, let's get into it. Is there anyone still watching? Half a beer. Really? The last beer I bought was like $15. Ooh, might be time for a wee wee. I'll be back in the Tick Champions. Sorry, champions. Did you hear me just then? I thought I'd cut it out. I didn't fall in. I toasted up a bit of banana bread because I was feeling a bit peckish. Just for a quick bite. Tied me over till lunchtime. I hardly ever comment on anything, but I do want to say thank you to you guys, and of course Brad, thank you mate. I have always wanted to get more into amp repair and modding. Well, I hope you've caught the bug, so to speak. It is rewarding. It's a lot more rewarding if you don't try and turn it into a job. If you do it for fun, it is incredibly exciting and fun, and you get to feed your curiosity and get that dopamine rush every time you figure a problem out or figure a job out. That's why sometimes I like working on the digital stuff and the large systems like the mixers and that, because it's so satisfying when you track down a problem in a big complex system like that. You actually feel smart for once in your life. I'm speaking for myself. But yeah, it is a fun thing to do. It's less fun when you got to try and make a living on it. Let me just say that. I kind of some days wish I didn't do that, because then it would still be exciting and be my little refuge from the world. But now it's the world, so. I wish I kept going down the guitar playing route and actually made money from playing the fucking things rather than fixing them. That's what I do wish I did. Actually, you know what? This might be a good one for when Dad comes to town, because he's actually done one of these before. Same model. What do you reckon, Dad? Dry solder joint city? Might save this one for you. Save this dance for me kind of deal. So I think I need to organise... What the fuck? There was something stuck to my head. Oh, I took the end off the off the earpiece. It's got a little rubber condom on the end, and I've dropped it now. There it is. Little rubber condom. Size doesn't matter, it's what you do with it. Yeah, to a degree. Can I get it on without taking it off? I think I have. So Goody Guitars, I don't have knowledge, man. I've just got vague recollections of something, and then I go on a searching binge, and I've got a really bad memory, and my pattern recognition isn't the greatest. I really wish it was. People like Six, his pattern recognition is off the charts, so he just glances at a circuit and knows exactly what it is and how it's supposed to operate. I often forget, and I have to look up and go, oh yeah, it's a current mirror. Oh, okay. It doesn't help that all schematics are drawn a bit different. But yeah, I often have to look up shit. I'm not that smart or knowledgeable, but I know where to look to find out stuff to get things to work. But look at this pissy heatsink, would you? So little area. You have to bias it real cold so it doesn't fucking fry itself. Look at it. Look at it! Here he is, Dr. Gear. I didn't know you were here. Not everyone can be as burdened with memory recall as me. It doesn't help me make money though. Your memory recall is fucking fantastic. It's Rain Man level shit. It's great. But how's that supposed to dissipate anything? What? Pardon me. Sounds like a plan, mate. Ah, thanks, Dad. Did you see me pull the caps out? They just fell out. Oop. John Black, stop giving me money, mate. You already bought boards off me. But thank you. I can actually see the little pairs over here. I don't know why Lyle can't see the little pairs. I can see them right here. See the little pair dancing? Saying thank you, pear-shaped character. Lyle always comments that he can't see that. He just gets text describing it. Maybe he's using his phone or something. I don't know. Oh, it might be that he's using an Apple. Silly apples. So was I talking to you guys about my exploration into Linux? I installed Ubuntu on a shitty old laptop that I had at home. Well, not shitty, but low spec laptop. And it's an i5 processor. I forget which one though. And it only had, well, it had 8 gig of RAM soldered to the board and another 8 gig chip. I just put a fucking 32 gig thing in it because it was like $50. And I put a 1 terabyte SSD in it because it had a fucking 5400 RPM 2.5 inch drive, which was slow as, man. It had Windows 8 on it, which was slow as too. So I put a Ubuntu on it and upgraded the hard drive to solid state. Put a 32 gig stick of RAM in it. So now it's got 40 gig. Fuck. So, overkill. Like, what am I going to do on Linux that's going to require 40 gig of RAM? So yeah, now it's a choocher. It's amazing when you've got an old laptop that's struggling with Windows. Just slam Linux on it and chuck an SSD in it and bang. She's like a brand new bought one. And I think I'm going to be migrating pretty much everything other than the computers that I do digital audio stuff on and CAD stuff, because you need the video acceleration there, and none of the CAD's designed to be able to work with Linux, and trying to port it through Winex or whatever would be a bit of a shit show because it barely works at the best of times, and given the perfect system that is advised. But yeah, Linux is lean as hell. Even the bloated ones like Ubuntu, it's so quick and responsive, and it's pretty similar to the OS X, and it's not that different to Windows to use. It's pretty intuitive. So I'm going to install that on the garage computer as well. And I might even eventually migrate this laptop to it, because I'm sick of Windows forcing me to back up things, and you can't like get out of it unless I figured out how to go into the services and disable the automatic backup reminder thing. So just basically went in there and deleted the service that keeps reminding you to back up your shit to the cloud, because the only reason Windows wants you to back shit up to the cloud is so I can analyze your information and train AI with it, and fuck that. So I'll use the cloud for just files that, like OneDrive, that I use for sharing files with people, or common files that I work on different workstations. So say my PCB design files, I can check a file here on the office, I can check it on here, I can go home, I can work on it for a couple of hours, I can come here and work on it for a couple of hours if I need to be here. Oh shit, I'll change that part's obsolete, so I'll change that footprint to the new part. So I'm working on one file that's in OneDrive, but I can work on that same one file from anywhere. So that's the big advantage of it. Now I haven't found a solution to sort of access that kind of thing other than going on OneDrive, like in a web browser, and downloading the file locally to the Linux machine, working on it, then re-uploading it. That's a bit fraught with danger, because now you can have accidentally multiple revisions happening. Revision control, because I came from the drafting and CNC programming background, where we'd often have recurring jobs, like we'd have chain stores, like clothing stores, like Peters of Kensington or whatever, and all the banks like St George Bank, Commonwealth Bank, Bank of Melbourne, Bank of Queensland. We fitted out, so often they'd have like recurring things, but you'd need like different layouts per store, and there'd be different versions of them. If you didn't track your revisions meticulously, there'd always be something that bit you in the ass. Like, they had to level the floor, so now the floor is 20 mil higher than it was because they put Artit, like the concrete resin shit, on it to level the floor out. Because the sliding door wouldn't have worked unless the floor was level, and it wasn't level enough. So now all your joinery is 20 mil shorter. but you accidentally go back to the previous revision and now everything's 20mm longer, so all your wall paneling's wrong. Or the fucking glass panels that are toughened that you ordered are wrong, and now they don't fit between the ceiling and the floor. So now you literally got to smash them all, throw them in the bin and wait a month for the new ones because the toughening has a lead time. Fucking nightmare. You can go bankrupt with one wrong revision of a drawing. It's that simple. It's scary. High pressure. So I learned a bit of a bit of discipline when it comes to revision control in that job, and that's pretty important to me. So I need to figure out a good way of doing that. There may be options out there. I've got to do a bit more research, but I never have time. So anyway, that's boring to everyone. All the big websites use Linux, like eBay, Big Banks, Amazon, and so on. They don't fuck with Windows. Yeah, well, Windows is also like a IP risk for these companies. Mint is supposed to be faster and leaner distribution. Yeah, I have used Mint. I used Mint about 10 years ago. And it was pretty good, and it was very similar to Windows. I think it was closer to Windows than Ubuntu. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it, but the thing is, Ubuntu seems to be compatible like directly with pretty much everything. It seems to be the generally agreed on sort of standard for general office work. For normies, not for fucking Linux heads. You can install programs using another app. The App Center is pretty easy to use. You don't have to go into like the command line to be able to install shit. Sudo this, sudo that. Why is my phone shut down? Is it die? Yeah, 6. I've never had issues with them overheating, but I don't know. Doesn't inspire much confidence, does it? How small it is. But yeah, I've never had output devices fail on them, so I guess it's adequate. All right, well, I'll put that aside for you, Dad, and I'll just chuck a few screws back in that cover. I'll put those screws back in the rack case so I don't lose them. What are you wowing about, Joe? What did I say? I need a new computer badly and ready to buy a desktop so I can use my audio system, but really don't want another Windows computer. What computer have you currently got, Joe? Like I say, you might be able to put Linux on it and give it breathe new air into it and have a play with it at the same time. Nothing to lose, eh? Mint and Ubuntu are both Debian based, derived, sorry. Main difference is package management. Well, I've recently switched from boxer shorts to briefs, and I find my package management is a lot more controllable. So, yeah. Now they find plenty of mass, the whole board wraps to the PCB and the fans provide enough thermal dumping. I giggle. Oh, I giggle. Thermal dumping. Is that like when you go camping in winter and you take a dump and steam comes off it? Only come here for the real highbrow content, don't we, champs? Well, I've had about enough for one day, and it's not even midday yet. But it doesn't mean I can stop. So what I'll do is do some FYM 2000 population. And in the process, I'll check over Michelle's work. So I'll just do some simple dumb work, I think. I might just put valve sockets, preamp valve sockets in a batch of 20 boards. It's got the little foam chooches for the valve nipples to push into. Just got to make sure you put it back on the right way. Been a Linux admin since 2010, nice. I would like a Mac, but people are saying they're hard to learn the system. No, well, if anything, they're easy. like too easy, because it hides a lot of shit away. Like, oh no, you're the user, you don't need to know about that. It's like, motherfucker, I want to customize my system. Don't tell me what I do and don't. Jimmy T, Brad, any plans to release a DSL50 version of your replacement board? Yeah, absolutely. So, I have a customer in either Canada or the USA who had a DSL50. I said, look, I can't guarantee you that there's not going to be some changes. Looking off the schematic, it looks like all you have to do is depopulate the 2 outer sockets. You can even leave the grid stoppers and stuff in there. You don't need to remove them, but if I was going to make a 50 watt specific one, I would remove them and just depopulate them. He removed the 2 outer sockets with difficulty because he didn't have a desoldering station, but when he got them out, it worked beautifully in the DSL50. So reportedly it's fine. I kind of want to get my hands on a DSL50 for proper testing first, just to make 100% sure there's no differences with anything at all with the actual model, because sometimes the schematics can be a bit off. But I don't think there's anything other than those 2 outer sockets being not populated. And from all reports, that's all he did, and it's been working great for about a month now. So technically you could buy a DSL100 board and just take the 2 outer sockets off. But I will offer them once I've confirmed 100% that everything's sweet. I'm tempted to just do it now. I might do it on the next batch. I just don't want to have problems if there is some revision that has some oversight that I haven't thought about, and the board's made it to fucking Nova Scotia and he's installed it and there's some problem with the feedback loop or something. I just want to be 100,000% that everything's good. $100,000. Put it back in the rack case because it's one less thing I've got to store. Excuse me. Still coughing up gunk. Just can't get rid of it. Yeah. Can you sell the boards with parts but unpopulated? Are you talking about all the parts or the parts for the 100 watter? Yeah, Six knows Apple stuff back of his hand. His missus works for him. I previously was anti-Apple because they seem to have some pretty anti-consumer policies. But now Microsoft is probably fucking worse. So all these corporations are just as fucking bad as each other. So I don't really have an argument there anymore. Windows 8 was a total shit show. Absolute pile of shit operating system. It was always like to have every second version was good and every other version was an absolute pile of shit. Windows 7 was fantastic. There was no Windows 9 because apparently a lot of software just looks for Windows 9X. So if it discovered that the operating system's Windows 9, it would go into 95 or 98 compatibility mode. So they went straight to Windows 10. But then you think, like, wouldn't that register that it's like Windows 1? But maybe it's that far back that there's no compatibility issues there. We've got 3 Macs, an iPhone, and 3... What the fuck have you got 3 iPads for? Choose your own adventure, high voltage edition. Last Windows I think I used was 98. Yeah, well 98 was a shit show too. 95 was good. 98 was shit. 2000 was good if it was the Enterprise Edition, whatever they called it. XP was good. What came after XP? That was Windows 7, wasn't it? Did it go XP to 7? I think 7 was a big leap forward. That was like a really big step from XP to Windows 7. I run Windows 7 and people say to me, Windows 7 is no longer supported by Windows. Good. Yeah, exactly. That's how I know it works. They won't fuck it up with an update. But people worry about security and that. But often, if you're using these old operating systems, you're using them in a vault because they're associated with some bit of hardware that you know is compatible, like CNCs, for example, or old sound cards, old like the old Mo2 or the old Pro Tools systems. All the Digi-Design stuff's dead by now, but the previous versions of the Digi-Design stuff before the 002 or 001 or whatever it was, you might have a system in the vault just to keep something running, you know? Like, I've heard of CNC mills and stuff that are controlled by, like, these ancient Unix operating systems that they just keep them running no matter what. I'm in no rush, can wait till you test it, so I guess that means it's ES-Fill. No, I don't do kits, Jimmy, because they're really time consuming to separate the parts and catalogue them, and there's a really high potential for accidentally giving you not enough of a component or forgetting one. No matter how carefully you try, you still make a mistake, and then people get upset and expect free shipping or returns or whatever. So there's also the assembly quality. I don't want anyone else assembling the boards because I want them to be leaving here tested and with my tick of approval that they're fucking 100% solid because they have my name on them. So at the moment, all I'm planning to do is sell the populated boards finished. In the future, I might make it a DIY version, but I won't have my branding on it because fuck if I want some blokes assembled it with a fucking 100-watt iron and has Brad's Guitar Garage written on it because it affects my reputation, you know. Not that I have one, but anyway. But yeah, I actually had one guy, I was almost going to sell him one because I know he's on a couple of tech groups and knew a few blokes, so I thought I might make an exception. Then he let slip that he was going to just transfer all the parts from the old board to the new board. I'm like, whoa, whoa, no, whoa. I'm not giving you a naked board in that case. Because all the footprints are different, all the capacitor leg spacings are different, even the resistors won't fit. Because I use a 1/2 watt carbon film, they use a lot of 1/4 watt carbon films. Yeah, you can't reuse the connectors because they melt when you try and desolder them. The screen grid resistors won't fit because I've gone with V-shays with just standard wire leads, not the ones with the integrated standoffs, plus they're the wrong value. There's just so much different that not a chance. So yeah, I told him, oh, sorry man, it's gonna be the populated board or nothing. Because can you imagine the support calls? Everyone says, oh, I won't bother you, it's fine, I'll figure it out myself, it's good. But if there's a problem, they want someone to blame shit on, and they will always try and get their money back, no matter how comfortable they said they were with figuring it out themselves. When it comes to the crunch and they're losing money on it, they get the shits and they go, well, why should I have to pay it? And then they come back at me even though I told them not to. It's happened before, it'll happen again, so I just don't give them the opportunity. But if it's a fully DIY version, and I've given you the schematic, and I've given you the layout, and I've given you the parts list, the BOM, the bill of materials, you kind of, if you can't figure it out, you're on your own, bro. Know what I'm saying? Dark glass? Dark glass. Any identifying features on the box? No. Okay, now this is my area of expertise. Yeah, Scotty. Windows 1 was crap. Windows 2 was crap. 3.1 was okay. Yeah, Windows 3.1, I started on DOS 3 or something. I think the last version of DOS I had was 7.1 or something before I went to Windows 95. No, not Windows 95, sorry, Windows 3.11, Windows for Workgroups 3.11, yeah. Because Dad had a computer business. I'm losing my voice. It happens when I stream for a long period of time, talk shit. NT4 was good, 95 was garbage, 98 was okay, 98 SE was good, ME was crap, 2K was peak. Yeah, I remember 2K being good. Oh, she's gone in a rampage. Lucky day. Oh, you might have gone on a rampage. They left her in a chair in a hallway. Fucking hell. That's bullshit, man. XP was crap until SP2. Oh, fuck, you're bringing back memories. XP 64-bit was total crap. Vista was... Oh, I forgot about Vista. 7 was good. Yeah, 7 was good. 8 was crap. 8.1 was okay. Oh, okay. 10 was crap. I thought 10 was okay. 11, I haven't had any issues with so far, except all the creepy fucking stalking shit and the advertising. So I've got Pro on everything. But when was it me or someone else had just Windows just Windows 11 fucking, I don't know what you call it, the non-pro, and it fucking advertises shit to you. It's like you're getting advertising everywhere in your fucking life. Every second of every fucking day you're getting advertised to, and then your fucking operating system is advertising. What's next? My fucking oscilloscope starts having the McDonald's fucking logo on the screen when you turn it on? Like, fuck me. It's just, it's really getting to the limit of what humans can cope with now. It's starting to really piss me off. There's only so much you can get shoved down your throats, man, before you start saying enough is enough. Oh, that's good, isn't it? Every little box I open's got some little funny jelly bean that I find. Look at that. So it's like a Pelican case with a Deadpool sticker. And it's got a screw that's been jammed in the hinge. And it's actually left like an indentation on the other half. She's in there good. So I don't know if that's from the amp. It's only Philips, so probably not dark glass, because everything on this is Torx. Ah, it's a cute little choocher, aren't they? They're beautifully engineered things. The dark glass stuff. Everything's machined. I don't know, like, there's a lot of money in that. Like, everything's milled too. It's not just laser cut. Or maybe they laser cut it and then mill it. Really thick too. Everything's like 5mm thick. So, what's the problem with this one? It's the mentality of some ads that gets me here. Yeah, fucking, look, I wouldn't put it past it, man. Like, it's literally got its little fucking tendrils into every part of our life. Like, was I hearing that, like, Teslas have ads on the fucking screen? Unless you pay a fee or some shit? Like, all these just money-hungry, fucking relentless pieces of shit. Constantly fucking trying to get your attention. So frustrating, man. Just leave us the fuck alone, would you please? It just makes you want to go out in the bush and live in a cave. Dark glass, dodgy DI output. Oh, that sounds simple. Could it be that simple? Well, let's have a look. Typical Class D amp, capable of about, what is it, 500, and it's drawing about 10 watts. Very efficient. Built in Finland. I didn't know they were actually built over there. Wow. Let's give some signal and see what the DI does. Living out working on the land. High mids all the way up. Kind of can't read the thing unless you get down on your knees though. Let's set everything at 12 o'clock. Oh, we're getting signal. Ooh. Getting signal on the output. Let me just get a mic lead. And I'll monitor it with the... Oh, I'll just pull out the mic. Monitor it with the Motu. Oop. Can you hear it? I don't know. Let me have a look. I'll just go to monitor. Okay, now I can hear it too. Seems fine to me. Okay, so when it's on post, there's no output. And we should have output because everything's at 12 o'clock. Oh, hang on, I had the mute in. I didn't realise that would mute the DI as well. Alright, so it's performing as expected. Works fine. Let's have a visual inspection at it. Just to see if there's any physical damage or leakage or anything inside. T20? T15. I think it's a T15. Ooh, a bit loose. I don't know if it's a T20 though. Yeah, T20, okay. Does the thing do pink noise instead? That one doesn't, but the new one does. And let's have a play with that in a minute. I received it since I bought it, and it went on the shelf, and I haven't even touched it since. Yeah, true words, 6. Let's go live in a cave and eat wombats. Tell all the capitalists to go fuck themselves. Tell me what to fucking do, cunts. Ranty, 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 rant. Alright, so we have a nice power board. So Dark Glass make this beautiful box, and who doesn't love beautiful box? And they make that front PCB, which is the preamp, and they make the rear PCB, which is the DI output and just the jacks and everything. FX loop. That board is bent and it's on an angle. So they've got their centers wrong when they've machined the box. Might be hard to make out there, but see, it's on an angle and it's got like an S curve in it. So all these solder joints are under massive stress. Those two holes should have been down about 2 millimeters. The whole board's twisted. So, losing marks there. Have you got any smart ass messages in here, Doug? Surely. What is to give light must endure burning? What is to give light must endure burning? So does that mean the LEDs on this burn or something? I don't know. There's always a wanky message in a dark glass bit of gear. I just find it a bit cringe, champions. Especially when you can't get fucking 4 holes aligned right, and you're giving us fucking philosophical advice like that. Come on, bro. Pull your fucking head in. Yeah, my phone must have died hard. Shit. So because that is under so much stress, I'll just take the board out and just check the soldering connections, even though they are through hole. Viktor Frankl, author of Man's Search for Meaning. There you go. So I guess they're inspired by that. Fair enough. Ooh. We have a bodge board. That's interesting. So they've realized at some point that they need limiting on the DI. So they've mounted, interesting, they've mounted a little daughter board there. They've got just a hole there because there's no connection, but they've mounted it so the pins on the circuit board pass through this PCB as well, and then these 2 tiny little diodes there about the size of a grain of sand, literally. Like, look at my finger. The solder joints look alright. Yeah, I can see the top looks alright. I reckon he might have bad leads. Kind of frustrating because it happens so often. He was a concentration camp survivor. Yeah, cool. Well, not, you know what I mean. It's inspiring. I don't know that I've printed in the inside of my amp, but... Why is there shmoo on the ice power board? It's like grease. Like someone sprayed cleaner in the fan hole. It might just be, see, there's like a film of greasy shit on that chip and dust. I don't know if it's like from the thermal compound or weird. So that quote there would take on a very different meaning if instead of Viktor Frankl it was Joseph Fritzl. Bad joke. Moving on. So yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that DI. It's solid as, and the soldered connections look fine. Alright, let's get it back in. I think there's enough play in that DI that I can actually remount it without twisting the board. So I think it's a tolerance thing. Just depends if the screw holes line up. No fault found. Tell you what, well, we've got it apart. I'll check the pots, give it a clean up. Excuse me. Check the switches. Actually, no, I still do want to screw that in. I was in the Pilbara for a couple of weeks recently. Really enjoyed camping in the desert until I found a live giant centipede in my tool bag. It's a different world out there, eh? It's like you're on another planet. The Pilbara is like a mining region in WA, champions. WA? Yeah, it's up north. Fajita time. Enjoy, Juan. Alright. Do I have a speak-on connector? No, I don't. I have to make a cable. Ugh. Ugh. Bugger it. I'm running out of steam. I've had enough for one day. Starting to lose my voice. I might take off, champions. We'll round it up to 11:30. Then I'll let you enjoy your weekend instead of stealing all your time away from you. Check that screw hasn't come out of anything on this. No. What I might do is just give him a ring and just get him to check his cables with something else, and because he might not have anything else to check his cables with, you know. And if he's still got a problem, I'll dig a bit deeper. But if he finds out it's one of his cables, there's no point going any further with that amp. Get rid of you. I really should get onto the Mesa Boogie. Yeah, I think I better. Can't put it off any longer. So we'll finish the stream at 11:30, 6 minutes, because I want to grab a bite to eat and play some music in the background, champions. Gets a little bit dead being in here just talking to myself for 4 hours, 5 hours. Or maybe watch some other people's YouTube videos. So any of you guys got YouTube videos? Channels other than the obvious usual suspects? Those things are basically 2 complete amps in one. Yeah, I know. Sucks. So the issue with this one is there's no foot switching functionality at all. None of the switching is happening, so both channels are live all the time. You can't change between them. Oh, fucking cables everywhere. So there's that, in addition to drifting source resistors. I keep going to say emitter resistors. So they made them out of carbon comp, which is like the worst resistor you could use in that situation because the tolerances are too wide, and they drift pretty violently. So you end up current hogging. You kind of don't need them in a FET-based design because they've got a positive temperature coefficient, so the resistance goes higher as they get hotter, which is the opposite of a bipolar transistor. So when a bipolar transistor gets hot, its resistance drops and it ends up using more current, which makes it get hotter, and it's a runaway effect, and it ends up current hogging until the point that it burns itself out. Whereas MOSFETs are kind of self-limiting in that respect. Yet a lot of amplifiers still seem to use them. So in this area, someone's used a bit of like laptop ribbon cable to insulate that speaker lead from the heatsink. They've got the world's, it must have been a heatsink compound famine, because on the top there's another heatsink that goes on there and faces inwards. There's basically no transfer compound there at all. So someone's melted the hell out of the relay in this area with their soldering iron barrel. So there's all sorts of damage from soldering iron touching caps and touching wires and all sorts of other shit while they were working on stuff. They've got a transistor subbed in there, but the footprint for the transistors in this circuit board is fucking ridiculous because the pads are like 0.01 of a millimeter away from each other. So they've got big blobs of solder on there, and they've just glued the, like you can see that transistor, how long the leads are, and they've just got big blobs of solder down there, so I'm surprised they're not touching each other. So he ran out of room on this fucking thing, so there's all these daughter boards on their edges everywhere to fit more fucking components in, because he doesn't know how to lay out a board. But yeah, it's just like, it's a fucking bass amp. Like, it's got 2 EQs, 2 inputs, 1 valve, 1 FET. It's got compression. So it's got, in addition to your graphic EQ, 1 per side that you can switch between, you've got your 3-band EQ, gain, master, bright, so many features. so much room for activity. So you got 2 compressors in it, 1 for the FET, 1 for the tube. There's so much shit. Just give me an old GK, mate. Oh, there's something rocking around inside. So for the fan, I think they could have tapped into the power transformer if it's multi-voltage. because you can, when you got a 120 volt fan, oh that's loose too. When you got a 120 volt fan, you can use the 120 volt winding to power a 120 volt fan as like an auto transformer, which is what Mesa figured out later in the game. Various other brands do the same thing, but in this, he's just used a dropper resistor, so that resistor gets super hot and it's held on by one screw, which is just itching to touch shit and touch the chassis if it moves. And the fan's noisy, and the other thing I found, there's evidence of fire having taken place in the fan body. However, the fan's functioning perfectly other than a little bit noisy. So see that grey there? Like a massive arc has taken place, but I couldn't find any evidence. I've taken the fan out, looked at it, everything's still working fine, but you can see the smoke damage and stuff there, and it's on the heatsink too. I'll just grab the top heatsink. So you can see there, there's blackening in those two vents, and evidence of soot. I've cleaned it off a bit, but looks like maybe someone else has too. But something's gone fucking violently wrong at the front end there at some point, but I can't find any evidence of it happening. Like, you know, any... yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I spec'd a new fan because I don't trust that fan. I thought, well, we're at it, let's get a quieter one. And let's get a better airflow rate one, because I looked up the specs of that one. And let's get a 240 volt one, so we don't have to worry about that resistor. So he was happy to do that. We're going to replace the carbon comp resistors, which will be fun, because you need to get in there with a right angle screwdriver and undo all those FETs if we want to get to the bottom end of that, because that's a one piece heat sink. They design stuff almost like on purpose to be hard to repair. It just feels like it's on purpose sometimes. But yeah, we've also got to figure out the switching problem. So we've got to remove all this bullshit over here. I've got a feeling the logic chips that control it have failed, which are like splashes of solder on the leads. That's nice. Yeah, they're using like logic chips for jobs they weren't designed for, to switch channels. It's like someone thought they were real smart and got a what do you call it, a Boolean chart, or I forget what you call the logic charts, and said, oh, we can use this data transfer chip as a foot switch controller. It's not how it's designed, but it'll do the job. So they use this like super specific chip to do this job it's not meant to do. And then when they're obsolete and you can't get them anymore, no foot switching. But Dad went through his stash and found someone sent them to me, so I'm going to put them in. And hopefully that sorts it, because it is a massive job to get into it. I'm going to try and just remove this board on the top and get into it with that chip quick solder and remove it from the top, hopefully. Because look at to remove that board, the mind boggles what you'd have to remove. Like all this wiring, everything would need to be desoldered, because there's only a few things that have connectors. Everything else is hardwired. But all of that would have to be undone and redone up. Like look at that big loom. All of that's soldered in place. That's not connectors. It's a huge job just to change one chip. Anyway, enough whining. I love it, champions. I love it. Chuck on a podcast, chuck on some music, have a drumstick, chicken, not ice cream, and get to work. So I'll leave it here, champions. We've been streaming for almost 5 hours now. So thanks for joining us again. I'm starting to lose my voice, so I think it's time to go. But enjoy your weekend and the rest of it, what's left of it. Well, it's almost over here in Australia, but I've got tomorrow off too, so I'm going to work in the garage tomorrow. and then get back into it on Tuesday. So until then, legends, take it squeezy. If you can't be good at it.